on. You guys should be able to hear me. Hopefully I can hear you guys. Well, I shouldn't be able to hear you guys, but hopefully you guys are in here. Everything else on. On. Good, okay. Oh, alright, let's see what kind of trouble we can get into this time.
Hi.
Hello, let's see, are you going to pop up there?
Why does it always blur the background? It's so annoying.
No idea.
I'm just trying to remember how to edit this.
I think I need to re-put you on. I think I have you blocked out because when you leave, it just leaves your window open. Main window. There we go.
I'm trying to get rid of that, you stupid thing, but you're not letting me scroll down, you stupid fucking phone.
Right?
Like, why is this? Why?
Why are you blurred background? It's
why? But why is it that I can't even click the button because it's off the goddamn screen, and when I try to scroll down, it just gets rid of this menu entirely?
Is it something I can do?
I don't think so. The remote background's actually okay. In fact, the fact that my hair is just wet because I just got out of the shower.
I mean, the blurred background isn't bad.
Okay, can I do it this way? Okay, 2 hands. Do I have to do it this way? Okay, I can do it this way. Hang on. There we go.
Gravedigger!
That's better. Yeah, you know, got Gravedigger in the background, got some other RCs, like there's a Volkswagen Beetle here, and old Ford pickup.
I just have a body of a Camaro for my Jetta. Which is funny because it's the wheel wells are all cut out to accept the huge buggy wheels.
Yeah. Like that's one thing because obviously I'm not home right now.
I think I've seen this location before.
Yep. Not nobody Keith's place. And oddly enough, with this, there's gonna be like no interruptions because he is not gonna be here until tomorrow. So.
Oh, okay. House to yourself.
I have free access to his house whenever I want.
Well, we're just gonna play some Snow Runner here, maybe some Breakfast. I don't know what I'm gonna play.
Well, you know that when you play the game, you miss like half the conversation.
Sometimes.
A lot of the time. There's a reason why at some of them I haven't really jumped on very long. Because we've been too focused on the game and not actually engaging in conversation.
Well, half the time there hasn't been anybody here, period.
Yeah, no, I get that. But when you have somebody here, don't be distracted playing a game. I'm right here.
I see you.
Yeah, I'm right here. You know, I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I could just be like napping, but I decided I was gonna jump in here.
All right. So picky. Well, now you're not there at all.
Wow, rude. Let's see how it is.
Hold on. I'm there twice.
I need to get the chat open.
Why is it not there? I'm going to get rid of it? No. What do I have on that I need to get rid of? My cam? Ah, there we go. And you're dead.
Whoa.
Alright. We'll save this for later then.
So, something that I started last night.
So not the D150?
No,
Was it a 1? D100, okay.
But I'm not talking about that actually right now. I'm talking about my Capri.
What did happen to that thing?
The motor might be on its way out. I can't quite tell.
Well, isn't that just convenient for you?
Right? I'm only home for like 2 weeks. You know? But I have a spare motor, so if it blows, it blows.
It's just a standard inline 6 like your Mustang has?
Yeah, it's an inline 6 automatic, but yeah. It's essentially, you take my Mustang and you make it a hatchback and obviously a Capri, and there you go. That's, you know.
Same wheelbase or no?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're identical. Identical. The only difference is, like, you know, the body looks a little different, but, like, the roof is the same, the seats are the same, you know. Like, really, the difference between, like, a Mustang and a Capri is really the Capri has, it looks like it has a wide body on it, but they actually don't. It looks like one. They have a different grille, they have a different hood, and, you know, they have different taillights in them as well. Now,
so it's like a difference between, like, the Skylark, the Ventura, and the Nova.
Basically, yeah, it's mostly cosmetic.
Because most of those cars are identical.
Yeah, like the Capri has more sound deadening in it too, but you know, luxury, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, Mercury was the luxury line, so.
What happened last night? I'm going down the highway, just cruising along, and seems all fine. And all of a sudden, the oil pressure dips a bit on the gauge, which those gauges, like people say they're like an idiot gauge, but they're actually not.
No, it's an idiot gauge. It's just a light.
Yeah, well, it's a full-on, like, it's a gauge that they have, but the one thing is if it does dip a little bit, it will actually show that. But most people just think, oh, if there's voltage or not, that's when it'll show, when that's not 100% true. It just doesn't give you fully accurate numbers because there's no numbers on it.
Right.
But so it dipped a little bit. The car started to surge really bad on the highway, and I started to lose speed. And then, that lasted about 10 minutes or so, and then it went away. Well, I was driving down the road because I wasn't going to stop for that. It's like, okay, if it blows up, it blows up at this point, you know. And I have other cars that when I got here I could borrow for today's purposes. But, and then it went away, and then it had a tapping noise for a good 20 or so minutes.
Sounds like it lost oil pressure.
Yeah, like it definitely did. Just a little bit, but also like something. I've always wondered how good that engine is, because even though, yeah, I've had it on the dyno and it actually runs good numbers and done a compression test, that seems fine, it drinks gas bad. Like, an inline 6 in that car should get right around 25 miles per gallon. Give or take. And now this is imperial miles per gallon, not US. So US should be closer to like 21.
Yes, I said it's a little high for a inline 6, but.
So, because out of the box, mine did. My car got 26 I average, to be honest, on the highway. This car, I'm lucky if I get 16. A 16 Imperial, that's like 12 American. it's drinking fuel so bad, and I don't get why, because it runs so good. And it doesn't really run rich. That's the weird part. So it's like, why is it like that? Like, it's going somewhere, and I do wonder if it's doing the same thing that my Mustang did with the original motor, and if it's going into the oil pan.
Well, it's easy. You just pull the dipstick, smell it.
Yeah, which and it doesn't seem like it's doing that, but I don't. It just doesn't make any sense.
Not to mention the gas should. No, I guess the gas would actually. It would mix in with the oil, so you're not going to see a layer of gas, but you will definitely smell it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And so far I haven't seen that, but like, and genuinely, I don't know what's happening with that. And so, like, at this point, like, I could just try and replace the oil, but then it's still drinking fuel, which I have a sneaking suspicion that it's going somewhere that I don't like it to be.
Your other Mustang, does it still have the stock carburetor on it, or you guys swapped that, didn't you?
No, that stock carburetor was a piece of shit. This carb is not the, so it is a stock carburetor, but it's not the original carburetor. It's off of, actually, the parts engine, because the original carburetor was junk. So, like, you could have potentially rebuilt it, but those carburetors are known for just, once they go, they're bad. So, it's just one of those things. It's similar to, like, the good old Thermobog, similarly to that. But
I was just wondering if you could swap carbs and see if it changes it. See if it was just a carb with a bad float problem, or...
Yeah, well, see, the interesting thing is, it idles perfect. It goes down the road perfect. Other than there is this tiny bit of a shake. And I just attributed that it's an old car, it could be bushings or whatever, you never know. I didn't really worry about it because it was such a minor shake that, like, you barely even notice it going down the road. So, and it's only on the highway at about, like, 110 kilometers an hour, which is around 70 mile an hour.
Yeah. Well, Jesse, black smoke works great on cars that don't have a catalytic converter. A lot of the times, a catalytic converter can get rid of those telltale signs before they exit the tailpipe.
Yeah, and well, this car doesn't have a cat on it, to be honest.
Okay, well then, yeah, that would work if you get on and it's blowing out black smoke.
Yeah, and it doesn't. That's the one thing. It does not blow up. This is the weirdest part. That's why I'm like, where is
gas? If you put it in drive, put your foot on the brake, and get on the throttle a little bit. Not enough to break the tires loose, but enough to load the engine up. You know what I mean? In an automatic, or you get on it.
And the thing is, if it was doing that much, I'd smell it. Like, I would smell that in a heartbeat. The only thing I smell on that thing is oil.
All right, but if it's only doing it on the highway, so if it's burning more fuel on the highway while the car's under load, you probably wouldn't smell it because the fumes are all going backwards behind you.
Yeah, well, and here's the problem with trying to test this without, like, strapping it down to something. It's only got a 1500 stall converter.
Okay.
Right? So if you have your brake, and 1500 RPM, I'm doing that at like 30 kilometers an hour. On the highway, I'm close to 3,000 RPM.
Right, but all you need to do is load the engine up. So in other words, you're putting a load on the engine, which is causing the drivetrain to have to work, the engine to have to work a little harder.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. However, it doesn't. It's just not working that way, just with the way it is. Because like I have tried to like preload it and see what it would do, and it doesn't show anything. Okay. The tailpipe, like, it's not even black. It's weird as hell. Like, I don't, like I said, I don't know where the gas is going. Because it should, like, I should just smell it. Like, we're
gearing different?
Way. Huh?
Is your gearing different? Maybe a really low rear gear?
No, it's stock. Bone stock in that thing. That thing, like, the transmission, while it is replaced, it's from an 81 Fairmont with the inline six. It's literally the same year.
Jesse says any fuel.
There are no fuel leaks. There are the only thing that leaks is a tiny bit of oil. But welcome to inline 6. If you have 200 inline 6 that doesn't leak oil, it's weird.
My Nova didn't leak oil until I pulled it out.
See, that's not a 200 inline 6 though.
Yeah, it's a 250.
Yeah. But like, and so, you know, it's one of those things where basically, I could try and change the oil and see if that does anything, because it could be potentially some of this, but again, the gas, it's just, the weird variable is the gas. Because I could get, okay, if when the car ran really hot those couple of times, no, Jesse, no, because I always do the math the same way every single time. And I actually use an app to figure that out, and then I convert it to miles per gallon because it's in liters per 100 kilometers. You know, so it's one of those things.
Different size tires on the car than factory. Could change off the odometer.
Well, the odometer is within 2 kilometers an hour. It's fuck all. That's nothing. Pump click off early. What do you mean pump click off early? I don't understand what you mean by that. But also, Jesse, like, here's the thing. Because my car, when it was bone stock, I could, like, my Mustang, because I have a perfect running version of it, even when it was bone stock. You know, other than the carburetor was a little shit. But it still got 26 miles per gallon with that. And the reason why I know this one doesn't is because
Oh, he's saying did the fuel pump click off early?
I always test that to make sure. So, on a full tank of gas, because also I know that the tank is 60 liters. So, plus or minus a liter or two, because there is a dent in the tank. So, and when it's damn near empty, it fills up to about 58 liters. And it'll only go maybe about 400 kilometers, if that, on a tank, which is bad. Like, it is bad. And there's no fuel leaks, because I would smell it outright, right? If fuel leaking, you smell it. It doesn't matter what speed you're going, you smell it. So, it's just, it's such an oddity. It's why I want to swap the motor, to be honest, instead of just changing oil. Which, and granted, I could, you know, like tomorrow.
Hold the filter, cut open the filter.
Yeah, see, I want to do that too. You know, just cut it open with the angle grinder in the shop.
Grab yourself a drain pan plug with a magnet on it.
Yeah, well, I could alternatively. There is another. Well, I can check for like sparkles and shit like that too. And the oil itself, because we're gonna be changing the oil. I need to be able to do that if I use the right container. So, because out here there's a lift, makes it so much more convenient. And yeah, like, and I can see. I would just hate to spend basically about $40 on oil and it not do it.
Don't even need to do that. Like I said, you drain the oil, cut open the filter. If you're with friends, which it sounds like you're with friends, they can hop you on down to the store. And like I said, the other thing is, if you have a clean pan, okay, if you have a clean pan, you can put that oil back in the car. If the oil's fine, you can dump it back in the car. It's not going to hurt it.
True, yeah.
But if the oil's not fine and the engine's toast, well, you already know this. Throw the oil back in it anyway, because it's not going to hurt it anymore.
True.
At that point you're out of oil filter.
Yeah, no, that makes more sense to do it that way.
Don't have to put brand new, because you're not going to put good oil in an engine that's already dead. If it's already sparkly-arkly, then there's no point. But I mean, and the other thing is, if you're going to change the oil anyway, well, then you really didn't waste anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you can always either keep the oil and put the old oil back in that's already dead, or it needs an oil change anyway, and you put fresh oil in it.
I do that. Plus, it's not like the other motor probably doesn't need an oil change anyway. So
I never see a problem with having an extra 5 quarts of oil laying around somewhere.
True. And so Jesse, bear in mind, this is Imperial. I can do the rough translation in my head. It gets about 16 miles per gallon Imperial, which is around 12-ish American. Which is bad. That's just horrible. And how I know that, my V8 Mustang got better mileage than that.
I don't know what my inline motor got in my Nova. I don't think it was 20 some miles to the gallon. I think it was more like 17 or 18. But then again, I never didn't play with it. I was always farting around with that car, so I never drove it nice.
Yeah. Well, and Jesse, your Bronco 2 got bad because you have a 2.8 V6 or 2.9 even maybe. And
it's burning
also
now.
You have even worse aerodynamics than I did.
Yeah, it's a heavy brick with a weaker engine in it.
Yeah, and it's still it's a Bronco 2, so it's not super heavy actually, but they're lifted weird and they're just awkward.
Well, it might be heavy for that engine. It's not necessarily that it's a heavy vehicle.
True. Because I think it's under 3,500 pounds. I think those cars. It's smoke, so it's burning.
You might need rings or oil seals.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those.
Oil seals. I mean valve guide seals.
Yeah, of course. That is, one of the things.
If that's a fresh rebuild and you're blowing oil, either it wasn't done right, something didn't break in right, or a part failed.
Yeah, actually, if it's that bad, I'd almost want to check your oil, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because if it didn't break in right, it's going to be sparkly.
Yes, but new valve guides, it doesn't matter if you have new everything, even new parts fail.
But if it's a fresh rebuild...
Any of your old problems should be gone.
Yeah, unless the motor is just completely fucked.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's... Well, white smoke is water, black smoke is fuel, and blue smoke is oil.
Yeah. Well, and Jesse would know, right?
Yeah.
He's not...
Jesse's a gearhead. By the way, Larry's model shop, I'm being attacked by my own things. Larry's model shop, he's a new follower from obviously the modeling community. He found me through this build that I have right here. Which actually there's only half of it. Where's the other half of it? Oh, it's down there.
That video got you a decent amount of views, too.
324, I think.
Yeah. Which for you lately, that's pretty freaking good. So, and you're only a week into that, if that.
Yeah, and most of those videos pick up. 324. Most of those videos pick up more after the initial release. They steadily climb. They may not do very well right off, but they tend to do better. Because I have that Chevelle video that I did, where I did the very beginning video of the Chevelle, and that one has... Well, actually, the first part of this truck only did 190 views total.
Yeah. Oh, I know. This part's not better, which is good.
Yeah, it's way better. And the Chevelle does... 260 for the no. That's not the first. The Chevelle has 1.5k. 1,500 views on the Chevelle video. So like I said, they do better once they're out for a while. I don't know why the first part of the truck video didn't do that well, but
it's sometimes like it's weird that sometimes things will hit an algorithm so damn well, and you can like. I've actually done this as an experiment. I've posted the exact same video twice in a row just to see what it would do within a week, and one would get no views, and the other one would get a ton.
Right.
And without sharing it out anywhere.
Yeah, and I only shared it to 3 places on this one, and it's gotten none of the interaction is really from Facebook. Now, granted, the ones that I have gotten from Facebook, I've seen comments for, but most of the views are from the browser, which is the main, just the scrolling. So it's the thumbnail and title that caught people's attention.
Which and sometimes that makes a difference too, right?
Yeah.
And Jesse, I would almost just do that anyways, because you still have the stock motor, right? It's like a 2.8 or 2.9 in that thing. Because
I would just throw a 302 in it.
Yeah, like out of the box though, a 2.9 and 2.8 were bad engines. Well, like they just were not good. They were better in Europe, but that's because Europe has better quality gasoline than we do. So And
I think Jesse, from knowing Jesse for as long as we have, I don't think a V8 swap for him would be very hard.
No, with some of his limitations, it might be, take a little bit, but
his ingenuity and his skills, I think he'd be fine.
Oh yeah, and honestly, people have put 302s in them. They fit quite good. And, it's a little tight, but you can still fit it pretty easily. And it's one of those things, and, I think they actually make motor mounts designed specifically for that.
If not, he knows, I'm pretty sure he knows how to weld, I think, too. If I remember correctly.
So, talking about another thing, though, because, again, you know about it. If Jesse saw it on YouTube, he'd know about it. Or on Instagram, my buddy Greg, who I will park vehicles out at his yard in Sundry every now and then. I've done quite a number of videos out there as well. And he picked up this was only 4 days ago. He picked up a 1965 Dodge D100 with a slant 6 and a 4-speed. Now, the weird part about this, because the guy that sold it to him is actually quite knowledgeable, especially on Mopars. He said that it did not have spark to him. So I'm like, okay, I go through all the checks. I'm looking at everything. I'm going, okay. Well, the first thing I look at, because he never actually said if it actually fired and then shut off or not. So it's I look at the ballast resistor. Okay, well, that's replaced. That's new. I look at all of the wiring, a lot of this wiring's new, too. Okay. Let's look at the cap and rotor. Hey, look, cap and rotor they're used, but they're in good shape. And then, so I check, okay, what about the points and condenser? They're brand new, too. It's okay, why does this thing have spark? I took one of those plugs out, I put it in a thing, I put it on the engine, I turn it over, hey look, it's got spark. The thing that it didn't have was fuel. I'm like, how could you not know that? Especially since, he put this, he was doing a jerry can style, well, I say jerry can, but it wasn't actually a jerry can that he was using. Just a regular sort of container for
just a spare tank.
Yeah, basically. So to try and run it, and he used
or auxiliary tank.
You'd be able to tell if it didn't have fuel because there's clear line on it.
Mm-hmm.
It does make me wonder if Guy knows a lot about Mopars, but I don't know how good his mechanical knowledge actually is. Because he replaced all that stuff, claiming it didn't have a spark, sold it to Greg saying it doesn't have spark. It didn't have fuel, dude. It's just weird.
My mom's ex used to buy all his vehicles that way. He would find somebody selling something. He would give it a once over really quickly just to make sure it's something simple, because he'll buy a non-runner for like a couple $100, basically scrap price. Take it home, fix it, and either turn around and sell it or keep it as his daily driver for a while until he found something else.
Yeah. Oh,
you're frozen, cat.
And that's the like with this G100, because the truck is actually in pretty good shape overall. Like, yeah, it's got rusty floors, yeah, it's got a rusty box, yeah, it's got rusty fenders. But when you see those Dodges, they're usually like splitting in half and rusting into the ground. Okay, why don't do that? I just saw that.
Oh, shut up! Not you, the dog.
I think. And yeah, because my window just went small there on.
Oh,
YouTube.
you were frozen for a good whole like minute and a half.
Why?
We could hear you. We could hear you, but your screen was completely frozen. You were just stuck there.
That is weird.
At least you were stuck in a not weird position. Like your mouth wasn't in a weird shape. You were just chilling there, like it was a screenshot, like it was an avatar photo.
Yeah. And just to be honest, like I think I would do, because even actually, like even if you didn't put a 302 in it.
Well, I mean, you don't have to buy a truck. He could buy a car or something that might be a little cheaper, because trucks tend to run a little bit more expensive for the same running gear. He just needs an engine and a trans, and associated.
Honest, a 5-liter truck versus like a 5-liter Mustang. The 5-liter and the Mustang is going to cost you a lot more.
Well, it doesn't have to be a Mustang. Didn't they have the same thing in a Fairlane, or I mean, not Fairlane, the car that Straight Six Van had.
Oh, like
the ugly Mustang.
A V Fairmont is an expensive car.
Okay, I don't know. I was just figuring a 302 in a car. I mean, and it doesn't have to be an older car like a Mustang. It could have been a Crown Vic or something. Just a smaller V8 out of a sedan. I thought would have been cheaper than buying a truck to do it.
I mean, well, also like. Well, actually, I think Jesse's talking about this as like a truck to just to buy. I don't think he's talking about this as to do that.
Yeah.
But
well, yeah, you're not fitting anything out of an F-250 in a small Bronco.
Well, I mean, you say that, but they have the same engines. With, like, they can have a 302, they can have a 311.
You put a 302 in an F-250?
Yeah.
I thought they were the more heavy duty.
It's an F-250. Like.
Okay.
Oh, he's saying 302 swap or buy a different one altogether. And Larry, technically, depending on year, because the Crown Vics of the 80s had them, but they're really hard.
But again, like I said, it didn't have to. I don't mean like it has to be a 302, but sometimes those engines are, obviously it's going to be more power than what he's got now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because you're saying like it doesn't have to be a 302. Ford really only made a 302 basically. It's 302 and 351 for their small V8.
Well, a more modern the 4.6. That's a V6, isn't it?
No, it's a V8.
It's a V8.
But that's a modular motor, and it's going to be a pain in the ass trying to put in the Bronco.
Mm.
Like, they're also overhead cams, too, which I think he wants cam block.
Yeah, I'm not a Ford guy. I mean, obviously this shows.
Yeah. Like, I can,
GM stuff is easy.
Because, like, the Crown Vic had the 4.6 in, I think it was 92, when it got the 4.6. Earlier than that, you could get a 5-liter one, but they're hard to find. So, it's one of those things, Yeah, exactly. Like, I have seen people actually put in the Vicky, it was out in 95? I thought it was earlier than that. I could be wrong.
I don't know. That's why, like I said, the Chevys, they were easy. I mean, they you could anything that's basically a small block. Even the LSs are not much different in size and shape than the small block Chevy.
Yeah, well, oh, and I think actually, Larry, because 95 was the last year for the 5-liter in the Mustang, but the Crown Vic got it before the Mustang did. That you know, because it's kind of coveted if you have an SN95, an early SN95 with a 5-liter, which was only 2 years for that, 94, 95. 96, they went to the, like you said, the 4.6. And the 4.6, honestly, fantastic engine. It's probably a better engine than the 302, to be honest, for reliability purposes. Like, you can beat the absolute hell out of it, and it'll keep taking it all day long, where a 302 is going to get hurt after a while. But the 4.6 won't. You can't kill those. Period. I can kill a 302 without too much issue. But a 4.6, there's a reason why every cab and every cop car had a 4.6.
Yeah. And they're still everywhere.
Yeah. You can still find those 4.6s.
I mean, geez, you just look at Cletus and how much he's freaking beat the snot out of those cars on the freaking Freedom Factory and everywhere else. What are you doing? Go away.
Yeah, like, and a 302 would have broken with everything he's done, right? With us. Like, it's just, 302 is a great engine, don't get me wrong. But it's not as tough as a modular motor. Like, when they built that modular motor, they just put it this way, where a 302, you could push it to, like, it was designed to, hot rod and stuff like that, but the 4.6 wasn't designed as a hot rod engine, at least initially. They didn't make it a hot rod engine, but 4.6 initially was just designed as a fleet engine, which fleets typically have the most reliable engine on the planet, right? Whether it's like a Ford 306 or a 225 Slant 6 from Chrysler, or
Cletus, he tried to do the 24-hour driving challenge, and the transmission gave up before the engine did.
Yeah, those 46 RW something? I can't remember what they're called. Something like that.
Yeah, it literally caught fire and detonated.
They do that. The transmissions don't hold up near as well as the engines do, but it's not a bad transmission. It's just, they do have a weak point.
Well, I mean, a torture test is a torture test.
But, it's interesting. So, this tangent, though, that we got. So, like, this D100, like, it's honestly, like, it's a truck that I would love to own, but I don't know if I could fry it under Greg's hands, but I don't even know what his intentions are, to be honest. What he's going to do with it. I know that the rear brake is locked up, which, fun fact, it's on the driver's side, and guess what Dodges did in the 60s with weird-ass threads?
What?
So on the driver's side of most early to mid-60s Dodges have left-hand thread. Because
they felt
thinking about it.
They thought it would be less likely to come unthreaded while driving.
They thought that was the case, but it wasn't. I don't know why Dodge did it. It's just, like, you'd think they would have tested it and realized this is not a thing. But they did. That's why, like, some of those Mopars are weird that way.
The thing is, it's not that hard to change that anyway. You just change the studs.
No, exactly. It's not that hard. It's just funny, though.
Does your chair keep going up and down? Or am I just seeing that?
Yeah, it is. See?
No, yeah, I thought it was going. It was catching in the back of my head, like my subconscious was seeing it, and it just was throwing me off.
Yeah, no, it's.
Did we lose the chat, or is nobody chatting?
I think we're chatting, unless if. I still have it on, so.
Oh, there's Joe. There's one. Ordered electric power steering for the F-250.
See, I would have thought. Oh wait, electric power steering. Never mind. Which now is that just because you want it to?
It'd be easier for him to be able to steer if he's also using his hands for other.
Yeah. Well, does he just want it to be a lot just a lot lighter? So.
Well, yeah, because like I said, he's using his hands for other controls as well. So I'm sure, whereas a regular person's like, all right, let's just wrench this over here. Well, if you're using those hands for other controls, you kind of have to do the steering with one hand.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was the same price as power steering.
It probably was the same price as if you were to use a steering rack.
Oh, that makes sense. And actually, because come to think of it, yeah, because his truck's a steering box, so it's old enough for that. It's not rack opinion, so.
No, definitely not, because his is the 70s.
So, $1,100. That's.
Yeah, his would have been manual steering.
Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, because. And which, interestingly, like, a truck with manual steering is actually not that bad drive.
No. Well, and the thing is the whole point of, the whole reason a power steering box sucks when you don't have power to it is because of the way that it's designed. I mean, a manual steering box isn't really that hard to turn unless the truck's not moving at all.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Well, it's like, when I drove my, buddy Paul's Cosworth Vega, that thing is, that one actually has, manual steering, manual brakes, but driving it, you wouldn't know. No. Like, it drives so nice.
Just a creature comfort thing.
Well, or driving that absolute shitbox.
The other thing that differentiates between the manual steering and power steering is if you drive on roads with like ruddy grooves in them, a manual steering box, you're more likely to follow the grooves.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's no different than put wider tires on your car, and your car's gonna follow any of the divots in the road compared to thinner tires. Yeah, and definitely they are different ratios for sure. And that's why they work so well. And that's why a lot of people with Fox bodies actually, if they want to basically save the the 5 horsepower that a power steering box or power steering robs, and granted, a manual steering box is a little lighter too. They go to a Flaming River box or a rack.
And if they're only using it for drag racing, and it doesn't really matter, you're not doing a whole lot of steering anyway. Well, or at least you shouldn't be unless you're chasing your car.
You see that more often on street cars. Because people just think that, it robs so much power. No, it doesn't. And if you think that, then just put underdrive pulleys on it. You'll get that power back. Piss off. Oh, so yeah, just a little more expensive, but that's not bad, to be honest, thinking about that. And, what's interesting about those, because if it's the kit that I think it might be, that kit, you can actually adjust how much power steering you get. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's true. And that's interesting, actually, driving the Capri, because the Capri still has the original steering rack in the car. And it has this super light freaking steering. The only problem with that super light steering is you hit a rut in the road, and it goes... because of how light the steering is. Compared to the steering rack that's in my Mustang, because the Mustang... I replaced the steering rack because it was starting to go. So, it had about 40 degrees of play in it when I finally replaced it. So I was like, yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, it's kind of why I have to I need to end up in a junkyard because, I've got a tad bit too much play in the front steering of the truck, even with replacing the panhard bar or track bar. Because the shop said that the holes where the tie rods go in are wallowed out, so the tie rods aren't tightening. So I got to replace the knuckles, and they don't make the knuckles anymore.
Oh, of course they don't.
It's only one of the most popular freaking trucks still on the road today. We no longer make knuckles for it.
Yeah, it's sad, because today that's actually the reason why I'm up here, is I was working a dyno today. And there actually was a super clean, beautiful truck. It was a second-gen Ram. I can't remember what year it was, but it was a Cummins, and it was the same silver that my dad's truck was, except for this thing was mint. Like, the guy worked this thing a bit. He didn't really do much under the hood, but, just beautiful looking truck. And, it was a Cummins, and he didn't really pull a lot of power, but, again, stock, depending on what year it is, it could have been a 12-valve, but more than likely a 24-valve Cummins. And, we had one guy, he ran, it was over 1,300 foot-pounds of torque on his basically stock Ford, because new diesels are stupid.
Yeah. They make freaking shit ton of torque, and horsepower has never been a diesel's claim to fame. They just have freaking torque for days.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. And it's one of those things. Although weirdly, so we had today actually the second to last vehicle that we had up on there was a FD RX-7, so last generation RX-7. That car, with the rotary that. He obviously built it a little bit, he had some mods to it, not a ton though. He actually made torque, and I'm like, how'd you do that? You have a rotary. You're not supposed to make torque. It made more torque than horsepower. How?
Single rotor, or how many rotors?
13B, so that'd be a tri-rotor. And so 13B, it had a Blitz intercooler, it had a different turbo on it, and he had just gotten the motor back together, but he said, internally, there's not much done. Not that you can do much to a rotor.
Yeah, there's not much there. I mean, tighten up the seal. I mean...
Well, no. You don't tighten up the seal. You throw that seal out, and you replace it with a carbon fiber seal that will last forever. Because they do, actually, apparently. That's the big thing in rotaries, to do that.
Yeah, but it's just, the more you can seal off that rotary to the outer wall, the more power it'll make.
Oh, definitely. But anyways, this thing, it was 353 horsepower, which is pretty respectable out of a little 13B that's not built too much.
Yeah, Jesse, that's why I asked how many rotors were in it.
Yeah, but then, it was over 400 foot-pounds of torque, and I'm like, how'd you do that? How? It pulled hard on the dyno.
That's what I said. That's why I asked how many rotors, because normally you'll get more torque out of a more rotors. Because if you clock them right, then they're hitting their power at different places.
Yeah, well, actually, mind you, I didn't ask him if it was, kind of modded inside the motor properly. Because I just expected it to be a 13B, and it looked like a 13B when you look under the hood. Because I was guiding them on, and I tell them to pop their hood, and I get to check out their motors. So, yeah.
Lift your skirt for me, please. What'd you say, Jess?
I said, let me check out your rotors.
Let me check out your rotors. Jess is actually home tonight. She's playing. What are you playing? You playing Stargate Valley? Stardew Valley. It kind of has a Pokemon-esque walking. Overhead. It's not a direct overhead game, but it's kind of like an angled overhead game. But it kind of looks like some of the Pokemon maps. But I don't know. What would you compare it to? like a survival game. I know. I see you chopping stuff down and collecting materials and wandering aimlessly around.
Yeah, because I'm not sure what I'm doing.
She just got it today, so she's been playing with it.
Yeah. See, now, and the one thing is, and I think the guy really appreciated, because I researched the crap out of rotaries, because I want one. And I know that they are a temperamental child. And he liked the fact, because I asked him, how's your temperature looking? Because, when you rev the thing to 80 and 100 RPM,
Yeah, that's where they like. That's where those rotaries like to sit.
Well, I know. But also, because something with a rotary that you have to do is when you shut it off, you have to let it idle for a minute before you shut it off. Especially if you just do a bunch of runs. He had to sit there for about 5 minutes before he could actually shut it off, which I don't know if he actually ever did. I think we just worked around him, getting him off the dyno, which it's always fun trying to navigate around exhaust, really hot exhaust when, but it is.
One of the cool things about rotaries is they'll just keep going faster and faster the more air and fuel you can pump in them.
The one thing is, and it's interesting because the rotary is essentially a two-stroke. It's not supposed to be, but it is.
Yeah.
But what the weird part is? Because, obviously you premix the oil and everything. You know what you don't have to do if you put a rotary on hydrogen? You don't have to premix the oil because it eliminates that. It's so weird. Hydrogen makes a rotary, good.
Jesse, yeah, I like Farming Sim. I have had it in the past. I don't know if I have them. I don't have 22. I had Farming 19, I think. But I like SnowRunner. It's one of my favorite games because I like 4-wheel drive. I've played Farming 19 with mods. Most of my games I play with mods. I am literally sitting here waiting for Forza Motorsport to come out, which is October, I think. Though I'm waiting to see when it comes out how much of what they say stays, because most of the other motorsports, they had dynamic weather and stuff when it launched, and then within a month or two it was gone. And some other things, and I want to see what features stay and which features go. One of the ones that I don't like is their multiplayer lobbies. I always play in S-Class. That's the class that I play in. It's decent horsepower, not so much overpowered, but yet the handling's decent, but not crazy, because you kind of have to balance horsepower versus handling. It's that sweet spot in the power level in the different classes that you have just enough power to freaking have some fun, but yet you don't have enough PI to have really good horsepower and really good handling. You kind of have to find the happy medium somewhere in there. Do I have BMG? No, I do not. Big E does. A lovely bunch of coconuts here on YouTube. He has BMG Drive. I haven't downloaded it. Mainly, a lot of it's because of space. I only have 2 terabytes of hard drive space on this computer. Because I originally intended to buy more and never did. And when you are editing videos that are pushing up towards 4K RAW, and the fact that this camera now can record in 8K RAW, it's a really big file size. And I have found really quickly that those larger file sizes are eating up into my memory very quickly.
Oh, yeah, the interesting thing is, because when I edit together some videos, if it's a short video, I might upscale it to 4K, but it literally, it makes it from, let's just say it's a 58 megabytes and it jumps to 120.
Here, give me a second and I will tell you how big some of the file sizes just for editing my videos are.
Jingle bells.
I did not mean to do that.
No, not that one.
Why can't I see that properly? What the hell's going on here? It's so weird.
This one here, it's not that big. Hold on. All right, so my project backup files is 1.14 gigabytes, but that's I just cleared them all, so that's just 1.14 gigabytes was literally just the last video because I cleared them all the last time I was editing. So that was just from editing right before I released the video.
Jesse, you're trying to game on Mac, bro.
Ugh.
Like, you know, Viva La Dirt League made a whole video on that, and it was fantastic. Have you seen Viva La Dirt League stuff, actually?
I don't think I have.
Oh, well, they did just like these comedy skits, and it's actually really funny. Like, there was this one skit because they work in they have this series called Bored, and basically it's, you know, comedy sketches of them working in a tech store, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, this guy goes to rob the place just to try and buy a Mac. Just like, well, you know, you could just like rob us of a Mac, right? And, you know, starts asking him, like, you know, what do you want to use this for? And they say for gaming, and Alan comes around the corner and claps him in the head with a golf club, not realizing he was a robber just because he wanted the game on Mac.
Well, and the thing is it also depends. Okay, so Mac settings, but at what resolution? Because there's a big difference at 1080p versus, 1440, 4K, and at what FPS? Well, what is max res? The thing is I can max res at 4K, but my screens can't show at 4K.
Yeah, like, and that's the one thing of a lot of this stuff. And what I've realized, like, especially any of my stuff that I edit together is under a minute, there is 0 point to upscale it to 4K, because, like, on YouTube shorts don't show in 4K.
No.
They show it 1080. YouTube itself can show it 4K.
1900 by that's 1080. I think. Let me double check.
Isn't 1080?
Give me a second. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I think it's 1900 by 1280 or something, right?
Yeah. Hold on. That's not what I wanted. Settings. And it also depends on what hertz the there's no every screen has a limit on frames per second. It's not necessarily what your computer can do, but what can the screen reproduce.
Yeah, that's true too. Because, like, while, you know, there are with computers as an example, there are games that you could run at, say, like 1,000 frames per second or something.
But
your screen is only capable of maybe like 200. You know, like, depending on the screen.
That's 1080p. 1920 by 1080 is 1080p.
Yeah, okay. Which and
at 1080p, that's not very taxing.
Well, and also, like, Jesse, because I think it may have been max settings for Farming Simulator, because Farming Simulator was never designed to run at like 4K or 8K. It just wasn't.
Right. Yeah. 1440 is 3440 by 1440. That's 440. 1440. And I don't have the settings for 4K because my monitor doesn't go up to 4K.
Oh, well, there you go.
But then again, you know, obviously it's harder and harder to make frames per second the bigger the bigger the resolution.
Yeah, oh sure.
Because this computer here runs at this monitor I'm on right now runs at 2560 by 1080, which because this is an ultra wide, and this only runs at 60 hertz. So the max I can do is 60 frames a second. So your hertz is your frames per second. So if your monitor only runs at 60 hertz, it can only run at 60 frames a second max. If you're running a 140 hertz, you can run 140 frames per second, and it'll actually show them all. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a standard. It doesn't take a whole lot to max settings. If you have a decent computer, you can max settings for that.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, it's not that Mac computers are actually bad. They're actually kind of good.
But it's Apple as a whole is just very restrictive with what it lets you do.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Like, you know, like, and that's why, like, I love the, you know, Android versus iPhone debate. I'm like, Android, I can actually, like, customize my phone. You can't do that with iPhone.
Not super much. By the way, the files for that second part for that model video I just did, the files alone were 123 gigabytes for that one video.
Oh, crap. Which, yeah, I mean, I can see that, especially if you're trying to, you know, if you're shooting in 4K, or if you decide to go 8K, which is pointless.
Depends on what I'm doing. Obviously, like I said, the reason for shooting in 8K is if I'm planning on zooming in. If I'm planning on being able to zoom in and zoom out of the video, obviously the higher the resolution, the better. If you plan on slowing down or speeding up the footage, the more frames per second that you can shoot in, the better. So it all depends on what you want to do with it. Because obviously, like, as soon as I zoom in, I'm losing resolution. So if I started 1080p and then I lose a lot of my model videos, they're a lot more zoomed in than what I filmed them in. So that way the camera's up here out of my way. And then I just zoom in to just have the field of view that I want.
That makes sense in that regard, especially if you actually scale it back down to 4K afterwards. That makes sense. But keeping it in 8K makes zero sense if you're uploading to YouTube.
I don't have anything. I film in 8K. I don't necessarily. The most I'll upload is 4K.
Yeah, like I said, you downscale it to that just so that it's a smaller file size, right? Like, it makes perfect sense. And the fact that, hey, YouTube only can go up to 4K, so forth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I mean,
and the thing is, they also charge you if you want to watch it in 4K. A lot of the times you have to have depending on what you're on, they've been saying that they're going to start only letting 4K on YouTube Red, I think.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, they're trying to get people to start paying for YouTube, so they're putting things behind paywalls.
That is really dumb. I don't know why they're doing it, but
it's Google.
Yeah, it's true. It's Google. And it's not like they don't make a ton of money off of YouTube, but, you know.
Yeah, thing. Especially now that they have all these big freaking corporate freaking channels now, which was really stupid.
Well, imagine just the revenue that they get off of Mr. Beast's videos. Just that, right?
I can't stand him. I mean, I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I get to listen to him through my kids watching videos, and it just makes my brain melt.
Well, that's fair. I mean, if that's the one thing that, you know, some people don't like him, that's fine. Like, I enjoy his content, but
it's all fake. It's all fake.
He's actually proven that it's not.
Well, it's not. But the thing is it is, but it isn't. Like, I'm not saying he's not a genuine YouTube creator. I'm just saying, like, none of it is genuine. I mean, it's not. What is what I'm thinking of? It's not. Again, not attacking his character. It's made him money, and I can't fault him for that. But all of it is slightly scripted, and it's reality TV. Come to YouTube.
Some of it is, but the actual thing of you know, them winning and stuff like that, that's genuine.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he's not giving away that money, because he makes way more money than he gives away.
Yeah, well, you know, it's interesting about that. So on YouTube, he basically reinvests everything he makes.
Yeah.
It is wild, and like that's why he's grown so much.
But the other thing is you look at it. Most people make more revenue on YouTube off of YouTube than they do because of you, like from YouTube revenue.
Oh yeah, no, I get that.
I can make more money in T-shirts if I sold T-shirts, even if it's only a couple T-shirts a month, than I make off of YouTube itself, even at my peak earnings.
Yeah. Yeah, I could probably do that too. Although with how I'm cruising now, I'd be hard to do that. But, because, lately it's been kind of nice because I had a bit of a dip and then, hey, look at that. I posted some more videos and my subscribers go back up and so did all my views and my watch time.
Right. And it's what YouTube wants you to do. They want you to, that's why they call it being a slave to the algorithm. Because if you don't post videos, you don't get the views. So then you end up posting videos like crazy, just so that way you keep yourself relevant and keep yourself in the search results. And it's just it's a beast that you can never feed enough of.
Yeah, exactly. Like I post all the time, and what's interesting, I don't know if you have seen on my channel, but notice that I have been posting of videos that I edited from my big car show video down into about maybe 2-minute videos.
Yeah, I noticed.
And it's just and it was cheated. Now, a lot of those haven't done anything for views, excluding one. One has done really well.
Well, yeah, what you're doing is if you break it down into like cars that are in the same group or of the same interest, you're going to end up catching those people that are looking for those specific type of cars. Instead of them having to sift through a whole hour-long video, they're getting the bite-sized little morsels that their little brains, no offense, that most Americans' brains can only handle a couple seconds of a video, and then they're bored.
Yeah, and that's true too. And I understand that. I know whenever I post an hour-long video, 90% of the people, even if it gets 20,000 views, are there. They notice it. They leave.
Yep.
There's gonna be a lot of those, but because even I can look at average watch time, is actually on my highest viewed video that's not a short, because that still blows my mind how that's over 30,000 views. That's short, but my highest viewed video is, I think it's over 25,000 views now. It's that massive junkyard tour that I did last summer.
Didn't that flop right away and then take off?
Yeah, actually.
That's how my Ram heater car video, it died for 6 months and then just.
Yeah, Jesse, here's the thing. If you look at the bulk of my content is less than 20 minutes. In fact, a lot of my content now is around 15 minutes, sometimes less.
Same with mine. If you look at most of my content, I shoot between 20 and 30 minutes. I want to be over the 10-minute mark, but I want to be under normally the 30-minute mark. Unless it's something that I feel that I can't really cut it down any more than I already have. So if I'm dealing with 2 to 3 hours worth of footage, and I'm already cutting it down, and I feel like I can't cut it down anymore, then I'll just leave it at 30 or 40, whatever it ends up as.
Yeah, see, and the difference between you and me, obviously, is
you don't know
I upload it raw, and that's the one thing but I have learned to where, at the very least, with me doing it raw, because there was a while where I didn't know what to talk about, but now I do. I keep the conversation going the entire time. Where in the beginning I didn't know how to do that.
Yeah, it is a learned skill.
But now it's just I just off the cuff and just boom, 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 boom. And doing a lot of the shorts has helped with that too.
Yeah. I'm going to go grab another drink. I'll be right back. And I think Jess wants a drink, so I'll be right back. Yeah. Keep them entertained. I mean, it's Jesse. I mean, talk Ford stuff.
Are you not entertained?
Huh?
Are you not entertained?
I'm bored.
I take nap now.
I take nap on my own podcast, please.
Take a nap now. Take a nap right here.
What do you want to drink? Tea?
Yeah.
See, Jesse, the problem with that is that I like those, though. Like, although I don't like the brand, I don't like the brand new Rams. I think they're ugly. But, like, the Rams that are the Ram Classic, I think they took a step back in the styling, and I hate the styling of those, to be honest. They don't look good no matter what you do to them. Because even, like, seeing... The only one that looks half decent is the TRX, but that's because it has a big lift kit, big tires, and it's got 700 horsepower. And I'm like, that's fun. But other than that, you know, and Dodge right now, I don't really like what they're doing because they're discontinuing the Hemi after this year. You won't be able to get it anymore. They're replacing the Hemi with an inline 6 turbo, which I like inline 6s. But I don't want them to replace the Hemi, though. Because the problem is their parent company, Fiat, if Dodge was able to do what they wanted with the Hemi proper, I think, without interference with Fiat, it'd probably be a really, really good engine. But because of interference with Fiat and beam counters, that the Hemi is not as good anymore, or like isn't as good, and that's the slight I have on Dodge now, which, you know,
unpopular opinion, the Hemi was never as good. Not for street use.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about the 426 or anything like that.
Well, I mean, even today's modern engines are even worse.
Yeah, we were talking about a 5.7 Hemi, like and stuff like that. You know,
I swear, I didn't just like throw up in my mouth a little bit there with the 5.7.
Hey, I will say there are 3 model years of 5.7 if you have them in a truck that are actually good, but afterward, we're not getting.
Don't ever want to have to replace spark plugs in that.
That gets pricey, especially if you wear
just a wee bit. Especially if you put any decent plugs in that thing. Well, think about it.
He has an 05 Ram, and I remember when he wanted to replace spark plugs in it, he went full iridium plugs, and it cost him $280.
Okay, we just replaced iridium plugs in our Kia Soul. They were $140 for 4 plugs.
See, that's a Kia problem.
But you think about it. You take them plugs times that by, that's 4. So you need to times that by 4.
Yeah.
Because there's 8. There's 16 plugs in one of those.
Well, okay. Actually, I should preface this. This was well before COVID. I should preface that. Because that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I think they were like $16 a plug.
Yeah, it would have been something like that for his. Because, like, the one thing is, I know this was circa, what this have been? 2015, maybe?
I mean, it was almost $90 for plug wires.
Yeah, see, that's a Kia problem. Like,
they weren't Kia parts. I mean, the plugs were NGKs, which is the same brand that I bought for the Pontiac. And the plug wires they were regular, like, AutoZone plug wires.
Okay, I have a gripe with morons on the internet. So
I'm sorry, I'll leave.
Yeah. But I put out a video, like, this was a couple weeks ago. It has exploded on every platform I put it on. I put up a short little video. It's about a minute long. I said I own one of the rarest Fox bodies, and here's why. I never said that rare meant valuable, but how many comments I have seen saying that?
Well, duh. You made a controversial claim, and if you haven't looked back at how many of your other videos, the ones that do freaking stupid crazy well and blow up and you get the stupidest fucking comments on, are all the ones where you're being controversial. You know, the one where you were changing the tire, and the what was the other? There was a few other ones where you just you sit there and you stick the stick in the hornet's nest, and you don't just poke it. You go in there and you're like, and you start beating it with a hammer.
You know, and the funny thing is, I don't intend to do it.
No, but you just know how to irate the interweb community to the point to where you stir them up into a frenzy. Which, honestly, as a YouTuber, I mean, I hate it. I will actually not watch people's video if I see they're intentionally doing that. I've noticed that Amelia Earhart, or what the hell? I said her name wrong. I'm pretty sure you know who I'm talking about.
Amelia Hartford?
Yes, Hartford. Every time I say her, I think of the stupid Lady Flyer. Not that she's stupid, but I do that. I will see somebody post a clickbaity image or title, and it'll just turn me off and not watch it. It's like, but what if I'm missing something that actually is good in the video, all because I refuse to fall for the clickbait? You know, and it sucks. It's like, it could be a great video, but I don't want to support that clickbaity mentality. But even if I don't support it, there's freaking 15 million other ones that are.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. And that's the one thing that I try not to do, is I try not to be clickbaity. And
you're a girl, you're doing something to a car, and God forbid if it's an unpopular opinion or you look like you're doing it wrong, and boom, you've just lit fire to the internet.
True. It also, being an attractive girl on the internet helps. Because I could be an ugly girl and I would not have near the success that I have. I know that.
But a picture of ass. That's different. I don't think that's what we were talking about. But I mean, like, you look at some of these ones. You know, I made a big mistake with my car, and there's a picture of him on the side. It's like, all right, if it was that big, I'd have it all over Instagram. I'd have it. No, this is, and like, okay, so I fell for one today. I fell for one of hers. She said, I found out why this car has never been driven on the street. Right? She had a coolant problem. The guy, whoever made the car, had one of those, probably a reverse flow water pump or whatever, and he had the inlet connected to the to the exit of the water pump, and the exit of the hose to the inlet of the water pump. And so it was shoving the coolant out the coolant reservoir instead of through the engine. Okay, it's not really that big of a deal, and it's not a reason why the car wasn't on the road forever. You know, it's just, it was something that grabbed people's attention. Was it a good video? It was a decent video. Probably would have not done as well if she would have just been what it was. You know, if she would have titled it, you know, something wrong with my water pump or something like that. But it's still annoying that that's what you got to do to get views. It just, it's a turnoff, you know, as far as watching videos. But that's only because I'm old enough that I remember YouTube when it was more of a source of entertainment and education than it was fluff.
Oh. Am I? You know, it's interesting.
You technically should be old enough to have been watching YouTube when it wasn't fluff.
The problem is, like, the videos that we watched, though, because bear in mind, I didn't really get into YouTube watching until I was in my teens, basically.
Well, what year?
This would have been 2008-ish.
That's still good YouTube years. I think YouTube went to shit around like 2015, 2016.
But gotta remember, back then, a lot of especially when you're a young teenager, you want to watch.
Oh, that's right. You probably were looking at all the freaking stupid videos.
Well, like Charlie the Unicorn, and stuff like
but see,
that.
the thing is they may have been crap, but they weren't. The amount of effort and time and whatever went into making those videos, because animation is not easy.
No, it doesn't. Actually,
compared to the I wish I had his tablet and I could share videos. Compared to the stuff that I watched my 7-year-old click on, where it is literally just 30-second attention span spikes. Like every 10 seconds, they're jumping to something different, and it is literally just it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can actually probably, I don't know. I mean, some of the stuff that I have seen him watch literally makes my brain rot.
Well, I mean, think about it. Like, because content like that has existed for a long time. Like, even look at the early days, and he's still this bad, of PewDiePie, right? Like, his content is awful.
No, well, yes and no. His gameplay throughs were not awful.
Yeah, no, those are fine. His videos that aren't gameplay are awful.
Right, but the thing is that's not where he started doing that when his gameplay videos started dropping, and he started doing more skit videos. And yes, the skit videos are horrible.
Yeah.
I stopped watching him when he stopped doing gameplay throughs. When he stopped doing, I watched PewDiePie for his scary video game playthroughs, where he would literally get the shit jump scared at him every fucking 10 minutes, because that was funny. That's what I watched PewDiePie. But when he started doing his own content, well, it's just like fucking Fred. Nope, forget it, gone.
I forgot about Fred.
But it's that stuff.
Oh yeah, like that, and that's the one thing. That was bulk of YouTube, and like, the one thing is, especially back then, YouTube did not give a flying crap about the small creators at all. Like, they do, they probably care less now, to be fair, but
the small creator community was way better back then.
It was. That's true. It was.
The quality of videos, I mean, granted, they were not A-list quality videos. But the videos that you could watch, the content and the context of the content was really good. A lot of information, a lot of whatever, not a lot of let me sell you this, let me sell you that. More like how I do my videos. Because that's where I'm from. That's where I started. I'm not really... Like, you yell at me all the time, not changing with what people are doing today. It's because I don't like what people are doing today. A lot of the channels that I watch aren't done that way because I don't like the content.
Right, no. Well, it's I only sort of yell at you because you don't do one thing that you should be doing, and it doesn't change a damn thing of what you're doing.
I don't do shorts.
Yeah, It literally, it makes zero sense that you don't do them.
I just don't like editing them. I don't like them.
It doesn't even make sense to me.
Now, every once in a while, Instagram or whatever will say, hey, you should put these group of photos that you put up into a short, and I don't have to do anything but click the button, and then it automatically does it for me, and I put it up. I just did one the other day with the pictures of the Pontiac engine. Did absolutely nothing, but said, okay, yeah, sure, you do it for me, and I'll put it up.
What, Jesse? What about a dress? I'm wearing one.
It sounds very inappropriate.
Yeah, like, do you do a dress? I am so confused.
Maybe I should do a dress.
Hey, that was confused. See, now the thing is,
Should I do a car video with a full ass beard and we wearing dress and high heels?
See, the funny thing about that, there's a friend of mine that I know. Well, his name is Half Fast Garage. It's a great name.
I think I've seen that one. I think I had him on my chat. No, you might actually have him on my subscription. Let me double check.
Which name is fantastic. It's best name on YouTube ever. I don't care who else he has, which he has done very well. You look at his subscribers now, it's like, holy crap. I remember when he had like none. He had just started out when I met him. And he's over like 7,000 subscribers now, which is wild. But I've always made the joke to him. It's like, hey, to explode, you know what you need to do? You need to do a video and call yourself the cross-dressing mechanic. And you need to do it in a dress and heels, and it'd be perfect. But he never did it. And he exploded anyways.
It probably wouldn't have exploded if he did.
The one thing is, so even if you saw that clickbait out there, you'd want to click it so bad. Because, like, what is this going to be about? It just says the cross-dressing mechanic. You know? Like, I told him, just work on your dodges in a dress one time.
Yeah, but see, the problem is all of the freaking rightists out there would completely know his channel immediately.
Oh, yeah,
and that's a lot of freaking people to just, no, actually, I'm not subscribed to him. And he has 9.17K subscribers.
Holy, he's jumped 2K in like a couple of weeks? Holy crap.
There's another half-fast garage.
There is another one. Yes.
Which I don't know how they have the exact same name, because I don't see how he can do that. That only has 27 subscribers.
The only reason why is because that channel was made before he had monetization. That's why. That's the only reason why you can actually do that.
I think I've seen some of his videos. I don't think I know. I'm obviously not subscribed to him.
Yeah, like his content,
but
like,
not because I don't. Just
on,
because the thing is, though, I have so many freaking subscriptions that I watch now. That is the biggest problem. Is I don't have time to watch all the people I'm subscribed to.
Oh, nor do I. I ignore like 90% of my notifications now.
I mean, I'll get niche, like I told you before, I get into the point where I get into grooves. I was watching somebody playing, I'm not even subscribed to him. I started, Prison Architect. You ever heard of that game? It's like a prison, you get two sides. You can either be a prisoner and try to survive or escape the prison, or you can build a prison and try to make money and also not have the prison devolve into chaos. Or maybe that's your goal. Maybe you want to see how bad you can make it. But I was watching somebody and literally just spent the last like 3 days watching this whole series. And I really don't have an old interest. I just was curious about the one that I ended up watching. But yeah, I mean, as much as I love car stuff, I haven't really been watching a whole lot of car stuff. I think maybe because I can't work on my own car and it's frustrating.
Fair. I get that.
I currently need to save money to pay for things that we need here, and the truck needs the front steering stuff so I can put the wheels and the tires on it, because my front tires are getting dangerously bald, and I still have to get the Novas all the way home. They're almost home. They're only like 10 minutes up the road right now.
Wait, you said tires get? Did I miss that? Was that that wasn't on the Dodge? Was it for the tires? You just replaced those.
No, I didn't. They're sitting in my garage still. I bought them.
I thought you already. Okay.
I bought them. They're not on the truck because there's no point in putting them on the truck while the front steering is all fucked up and is cupping the front tires. If I put them on the truck right now, I'll be wasting my money because it will chew them up.
That makes sense. Well, see, something that you should do just for funsies, and it might actually get you a good amount of views too, is especially those front tires. You should just burn them off.
I have to be able to make it to the shop. Right now, there's not enough left on them to burn off.
Well, if it pops, it pops.
I have, but I have to make that. I have to get that vehicle to the garage, and right now I need those tires because I need that truck to get back and forth to work.
That's fair.
So no, I can't burn them off, and I'm not burning off the back tires because I want to sell them. There's still half tread on the back tires, and when those tires are $100 to $200 a pop, yeah, I can sell them for $200 for the both of them and make some of the money back that I just spent on the new tires.
Oh, come on, Jesse. He totally wants to do that. No, I'm kidding.
Transmission's still under warranty for another 2 years.
Hey, there you go. Well, and that's one of those things actually with. So there's one guy that has been asking for me to do a burnout forever, and it's just so funny. Like I did one massive burnout and I broke the car. I'm a little leery on doing it again. But also, like, I haven't figured out the whole finagling thing of doing a burnout with a stick shift that doesn't have much power. That's a difficult one.
It sounds like holding the clutch out till the RPM gets a little higher and then letting the clutch out.
Yeah. No, it's one of these things that I just haven't quite mastered yet. And
I can't say that I can do it. I'm just theorizing. Nowhere am I saying I have the skill and the knowledge to do this myself.
Yeah, like I will say, and I can fully say this with a straight face, and it's funny. It's a skill issue.
I have driven more cars with automatics. Not that I don't like sticks or I don't want to stick. I haven't had a stick car of my own to have fun with. I have driven stick. It was just other people's cars. I've driven a Mazda stick shift, Mazda 6. I think it was a 6. Might have been a 6. I'm pretty sure it was a 6. I've driven a Mazda stick. I've driven an S10 stick. That was a four-cylinder stick shift. S10. I'm not sure what the Mazda was. And I've driven a few other stick shift cars. But not dailied one. Or enough to be able to say that I'm a master of stick shift. No.
There is something that we can both say. We have both driven vehicles that have had a T5 in them because that S10 would have had a T5. Granted, we're T5 because where my shifter is mounted is all the way on just about the last part of the tail shaft. Yours is way forward on the S10.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Wasn't my vehicle.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying though, we've both experienced T5.
I've wanted to convert the Nova over to stick shift forever, but finances, everything else, just has never been an option.
It's hard to do it cheap, like even because
not to mention trying to find a Z bar for the Nova.
Oh, I would just do a
hydraulic clutch. Huh?
Yeah. I would just do a cable conversion, make it so much easier.
That's one of the biggest things is finding a Z bar for those cars.
Yeah, I wouldn't even bother because why do you think I went to a clutch cable instead of a Z bar? I couldn't find a Z bar. Period. Plus, clutch cable's just better. Okay, actually, correction. Z bar is technically better because it's
a direct connection.
Yeah, but however, a clutch cable is better because it's just easier to replace it if you need to. Because a Z bar, if it breaks on you, good luck.
Yeah, try finding another one.
Yeah, exactly. Like, at least with a cable, you can just get one of those universal cables and do it, and all you have to do with that is just modify your clutch.
Well, and originally I wanted to do a manual swap into TA, but for what I want to use the TA for, an automatic is just better. The TA just want to be a cruiser. I want to be able to literally just cruise with it, which the automatic is a better option for that. Whereas the Nova, I wanted to play with it. I wanted to beat on it. It wasn't going to be a cruiser.
Well, why do you think my convertible, I never even thought of doing a T5 conversion? Same thing. I thought about it because, how easy it would actually be to do the T5 on that.
Yeah, but if you're stuck in traffic or you're doing a car cruise or a car show, manuals kind of suck.
Oh yeah, I mean, I converted stitch to a manual. I know.
But granted, when you want to play with it, yeah, the manual is fun. But when you're just doing daily boring shit, manuals are not fun.
No, and because the interesting part is, although Stitch is not my daily driver anymore, although with what the engine is doing in the Capri, it might become my daily driver again. But, it's one of those things. Basically, with the Capri is, I'm going, tomorrow, I'll check the oil on it before I go home. Probably, I'll drain it out and take a look and see how it looks. And then I'll kind of open the filter and see, I'll do a video on it too, because, it's, you gotta do content, right? And then once it goes home, especially if it keeps doing the same stuff that it was doing, I am definitely just gonna park it, and then I'm gonna have to get the Stitch re-registered, which I have the money to do it right now, but just can't do it because it's so funny. There's signs out there that the government puts out to say, hey, you can, you don't have to go to the registry. You can just do it online. And it's
we do all ours online.
Sucks. You can never do it.
We do all ours online. I have never gone down to wherever. I've just sat right here at my computer, bippity bippity boop. All right, car's re-registered.
Yeah, see, Alberta only recently went over to that, and it's terrible.
Yeah, I think we've been doing online registration since I Nova was still a daily driver.
Oh, yeah, see, Alberta only decided to start doing that within the last 5 years.
Yeah, I think we've been doing it since the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Because they also did away with having the stupid sticker on the license plate, which really sucks with remembering when you're supposed to re-register your vehicle. Because you don't have the little sticker on the back to remind you, oh, wait, my registration's up.
Yeah. Alberta did that too, which it's so funny because what the government said about that, it's like, oh, it's going to save taxpayers $12 million.
No, it isn't, because they're spending it in fines because they forget that their registration is up. Until the cop pulls them over and say, whoop, whoop.
Well, and the dumb thing is when they said, hey, we're going to do this and we're going to do it now, they had the stickers made until 2026 and they had to throw all of them out. Which is sad, because I actually asked the registry, I'm like, hey, do you guys have any of those stickers? Because I just want to put one on my car. It's not just a reminder thing, but it's also you know what? I like the story that tells of seeing a stack like that of freaking, stickers on the back of it. It tells a story. It's cool.
Yeah, I always I would peel them off after so long because the problem is when you had the stack that big, at least down here in Pennsylvania, if any of those stickers back there fell off, then the current sticker fell off. And even if you had a registration, you were still going to get a whoop whoop behind you and get pulled over anyway.
Well, see, you could always just, do the thing of, because those stickers are actually very easy to peel off if you just want to do it yourself. But you just grab a knife and you just cut it up so that doesn't happen.
I know.
Yeah.
We did that, I just would peel them off. I wouldn't leave them on there forever.
You have to store them. So
and I want to, but now I can't. So instead,
yeah.
Because I haven't asked. I wanted to actually talk to a cop and ask them, is it legal for me to put a sticker there? Yes or no? And because I wondered that. I don't know.
What was that?
And I can't find it online to see for that.
Is that on your game?
yeah.
Oh, I thought one of our cats was freaking complaining. She has I don't know, is it a cat? It's a cat. It's a cat. I thought our dog likes to chase the cats up. Most of the time our cats are upstairs, but the dog doesn't normally go upstairs, and sometimes the dog will get ballsy and go up the stairs. And then all the cats, the two cats up there really are not happy. And the dog's too afraid to turn around and go down the stairs, and the cats won't move and are freaking hissing and spitting at him. And it just ends up being a clusterfuck at the top of the stairs. I wish they still ran that. They've run a windshield sticker here. Now, granted, we only have to have one, not two, because we only need to have an inspection, not an emission sticker.
See, and that's the one thing, because I'm in Alberta, we don't need that.
Well, we only need the one. We need the safety inspection. That's it.
We don't need that. I can literally, if it's more on, unless if it's, and I know it's really dark here. Okay. I can, if I wanted to, if I changed insurance providers, I could literally just find one that doesn't care about inspections on a vehicle, and I could just register as many vehicles as I want to do that.
Yeah.
Ooh. The one thing
We only have a rear plate here in PA. Thank God we don't have the... Well, that's pretty.
Right? Like, I get to see that every time I'm up here, and I love it.
Yeah. We only have the rear plate here in PA. In Jersey, it's a front and rear plate, which would really be pissing me off with the TA because of where the plate goes on the front of the TA. Completely kills the front end of that car.
It kills every car. Let's be honest here.
No, I think my Nova... I had a front plate on my Nova. Not a state plate. I just had a vanity... Like, I had a... I think a smart-ass smiley face on the front of my Nova. And I had I had a Jeff Gordon plate on the front at one point. The Nova has a spot specifically for a front plate, and it doesn't look half bad. But the TA, you have to bolt a bracket in the middle of the freaking point of the nose. And it looks absolutely hard. I think for an older car that has a steel front bumper, they don't look too bad. Because normally, like I said, there's a relief there for them.
Yeah.
It's just normally people will put like a Chevy or a Ford vanity plate there instead.
I don't like the noises of this thing's making, but it's fine. I'm not going to borrow his truck just to go grab it.
So you end up having to borrow his truck because your car gets stuck out getting food.
Well, also, I don't like that truck. It's a Dakota. I own a Dakota, but I find it uncomfortable as fuck.
Jess just said, well, maybe the truck doesn't like you.
It's possible. That truck made me writhing in pain a couple months ago. Well, I was driving it down to Lethbridge to pick up the transmission replacement for this. I did, in that truck, I did about 700 kilometers in one day, and I was, like, yelling out in pain.
Do you have body parts in that cooler back there?
Do I? Oh, no. No.
Oh.
No, the interesting part is, like, this here, it's so nice because it's actually bright outside still. Like, I mean, it's dark, but, you can actually still see, right?
Just not seeing anything out there.
Yeah,
maybe our pink Halloween lights. If you look close enough, you might see those. We can't hear you, Kat. Kat, your reception is absolutely hard.
It's not, they're not pink.
Purple? They're kind of pink.
No.
They're sun bleached pink. Are you kind of maybe? You're like 19. You're like 1960s 10-inch TV back.
Woo! Nice. Well, it's only because I got on a Wi-Fi range and now I'm on data.
Yeah, we lost you for a good whole bit. I was trying to say that if you not that you can see because you're driving, but yeah, it's black as balls out here except for our Halloween lights on the front porch. Because we're already ready for Halloween 3 months in advance.
Now, I didn't do this because this car's hurt, but fuck it.
Hey, get that tail under control. I mean, that's a lot of fishtailing for a little tiny corner.
Yeah, well, that's because of how light the power steering is in this car. It makes it, like, where in Stitch,
now,
it's kind of heavy. So
well, now my video is not going to be suitified for all viewers because you did dangerous, reckless driving in it.
If they actually go this far into the video to check that, I'd be surprised.
If it was TikTok, they would. They would literally rip my live down.
Oh yeah, like it is so funny. Actually Facebook, I put out an inspirational comment.
I saw that. Did you see Chris got nailed too for something that he posted years ago? It's like, how are you going to go back and yell at me for something that I did 10 years ago? And I'm supposed to just remember that I posted that and that it's now against community guidelines? I can't even scroll back to last month without my freaking Facebook having a conniption fit.
See, I don't have that problem anymore. Although I actually did back in, because I've been, banned off of Facebook a couple of times, like just for like 30-day bans.
Do you remember the story of my photos being taken down because there was nudity in them, and it was just the bare shell of the Nova was the only thing in the picture?
Well, it was like mine that. Yeah, because when and that warning apparently was that their algorithm saw as soon as I posted it that it was nudity apparently.
Yeah, like how?
And,
what was nude in there?
Yeah, I'm wearing. Actually, I was wearing the exact dress I'm wearing right now in that picture. It's like, okay, I mean. A couple of my friends joked about it. It's like, yeah, I totally knew it. It's like, yeah, I know. I showed my ankles.
You woman, you showed skin.
Yeah.
Your nose was showing. You can't show your face.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like this car, it's so weird because it runs and drives fantastically, but yet it has those problems. But you wouldn't really, like, if you were dumb, you wouldn't realize there was much wrong with this car.
YouTube moron here, right here.
Well, because like it actually idles pretty smooth, although it has developed a intermittent miss too. So
yeah, pull the plugs, check the oil. Do the simple things.
Oh yeah, I know. It's so funny of how many people like have said that. I'm like, yeah, I know.
Well, I'm not saying because you don't know. I'm just.
Yeah. Well, and right now, I may have already done that stuff if my old car wasn't in the shop inoperable at the moment.
The white one.
Yeah.
That is the second time that you have given it away for it to freaking give up the ghost.
Yeah, well, and I do wonder, like, okay, if this motor, is on its way out, or if it's just a very simple fix that doesn't cost anything to do, I do wonder, it's like, okay, at this point, is trades that I make with him, are they just cursed?
Is this the same guy you bought that white car back from?
No. So, he was the owner that I traded. You have to go very far back on my YouTube channel to find this stuff. I had a 1984 Mercury Capri. Didn't know it for very long. Technically, it was in my possession for 22 hours. He saw the videos I was doing on it. He asked, would I trade it for that Mustang? And I looked at the details about it. I'm like, yeah, actually I would. And it's a really good deal for me. And, you get a Capri, which you really love. And I didn't really know Keith that well at the time, to be honest.
Now, he didn't show up in a white van saying we'll sell parts for free and then try to invite you in the back of it, did he?
No.
Oh, okay. So he might be better, okay.
He just, he just lets me stay at his house whenever I want, so...
So is his house painted like a giant white van?
No. Plus, I mean, if it actually said that, it does a really good job because, like, him as a friend is fucking awesome. He has a 20-foot trailer, so that you can put anything on there you want. It's a tilt deck too. He's got a 20-foot trailer. He has a tow truck. And he also has a lift. He should have all the friends in the world.
Oh, he just checks off all the friends list freaking requirements, doesn't he?
Exactly. And I've used all of those services more than once.
You want friends? Just get a truck with a bed and a trailer. You're good. Have all the friends in the world.
Yeah, and like, it's surprising because, like, you know, and like, he's a great guy and everything. He doesn't have a ton of friends, which is surprising considering he checks off all 3 of those boxes. You know?
It's the creeper back lifestyle that you don't know about. His lack of friends know about it, but you don't.
Woo! Warp brake disc. It's pushing me back and forth as I'm stopping.
You got pulsing brakes?
Ooh.
Yeah, it's the front rotors.
Warped or?
Yeah, they are. Just a little bit. They're not like warped to the point of like, hey, it doesn't stop, because this thing will stop better than my Mustang does. But that's because it's got a new brake booster. It's got a new master cylinder, and you know,
And warped rotors.
I'm sorry, but I heard.
Yeah, we didn't replace the rotors, but we replaced everything else in the braking system, and we also didn't replace the lines. So original lines.
Apparently, Jess is over here mishearing what you're saying and is getting amusement out of what she interpreted you said.
It sounded like you said vagicylinder.
A vaginal cylinder?
A vagicylinder.
A vagicylinder. You have a vagicylinder?
Vagicylinder? How did she get that from what I said?
She's over here giggling to herself.
Like, that is talent, I'm not gonna lie. Because
You're talented, hon.
like, it's not even anywhere near what I said. Hey, don't you dare, big boy. Okay, good.
Jesse says he has one. I'm not sure what he's talking about. A vagicylinder? Does he have one of? Jess is also happy. All of her inappropriate for YouTube content artwork is back up.
Oh, nice.
We had to take it down because we had a Snoopy government agency in here because my kids' other family were not happy at the fact that I got custody of him.
Oh, wonderful.
And they sicked social services on me.
Of course they did.
Yeah, no. It's the only thing they had of power. Oh my god, I think that's the first Streamlabs I've seen all freaking night. Like, Jesse had all this time in the world to gamble, and he hasn't taken advantage of it.
Yeah, see, and sadly, what I'm on these, I can't really do it as much anymore because, you know, I'm on my phone doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, otherwise it'd just be really awkward if, like, I'm texting on the phone constantly and you see my thumb doing this.
I've had people doing it. As much as I try to tell people to be professional while they're co-hosting, I almost thought you got pulled over. It's just somebody turning behind you.
Wait, no, it's, if I was getting pulled over, I'm like, for what? Fuck off, I was not speeding.
They saw you do that wicked skid back there.
See, that is a private road, so they can't bust me for that. You can see it from the highway, but it's a private road.
Oh, that's just like most of the burnouts that I did on for the beginning intro of my videos. That was all on a basically closed road. It's a road that didn't go anywhere. That is a Bulbasaur. You should see the lineup of Pokemon crystals Jess has on top of her computer right now.
Well, that Bulbasaur, he has been in my possession since I was 2 years old.
I have a pig that has been in my TA since I bought it.
Yeah. Well, see, I just recently put Bulbasaur in the windshield now. I'm like, you know what? You deserve time in the limelight.
I had to have Chris mail me that pig, so it didn't stay in the car while it was in storage. It got shipped UPS to me. I think I'm pretty sure it's back in the car now. I think it is. Pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it's back in the car now.
All right, I'm going to mute my microphone for a moment because
we're not allowed to know what you order for food.
mean, unless you want to hear it, it's up to you.
I don't care. As long as they're not
Okay.
playing music.
Yeah, they don't hear.
All right, put your guesses. What is she ordering? Where are you going? Where are you at?
You don't even know this place because they don't have it in the States.
Oh. That's
It's
no
hard.
fun. We can't play guess what she's ordering.
Hi, can I get a number 3 combo, please?
Number 3.
Yep.
And what size would you like?
Medium, please.
Fries?
Fries, yes, please.
Drink?
Root beer with no ice?
And topping?
Just cheese and ketchup on it, please.
Just ketchup?
Yeah.
Anything else?
What's a number 3 combo of pizza?
Nugget, please.
What dipping sauce?
Sorry, I didn't mean nuggets. I meant donuts. My bad. No, it's everything.
Just trying to bribe the cops now. Trying to bribe the cops now.
They're mini donuts. They're not big enough for the cops.
Hey, do you know what? You start dropping them out the car, they might get lost.
Hi. In cash. How much is it?
$15.20.
How much?
There's a bat up there, honey.
Yeah, nice, colorful Canadian money.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're. I thought you had like one of those wallets with like the photo, the photo windows in it for. I'm like, geez, they still make wallets with that in it. Mine's just a bifold. It does have like a floppy thing for my license, and I also keep my work RFI card or whatever in there for getting in, clocking in and out. But other than that, it's just a generic bifold.
Well, see, mine is special because this wallet is a Snap-on wallet.
Oh, mine protects my cards from being theft.
You'll see, like, the one thing is, it kind of, like, to a certain degree sucks as a wallet because there's only 3 card places for it.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have 14 spots for cards.
See,
That's without double stacking.
See, I used to, and then that wallet was just falling apart, and it was a girly wallet, so thank you. And so it, the zipper started to not work anymore to close it. So I'm like, I should just get rid of this, and I did.
Yeah.
As soon as I won, I got a bunch of swag when I went to that first Dino Day, and that was one of the things I got.
Jesse said he thought you got busted too.
Oh.
It's
Yeah,
just a flashing light behind you. We can't tell really what color it was. So it was just a strobe-ish light, and it was literally parked up your butthole.
Yeah, they were like right on my ass, and ooh, that oil pressure is dropping nice and low. Love it.
Mine in the truck is real high until it drops low. As soon as it warms up, it drops low. But then again, I was using 10W30 in it. I don't know what's supposed to be in that truck. I just figured it was old enough that it was still using 10W30.
It would be. It's probably 5W30 technically,
That's
but
even
really, it doesn't
thinner.
make a difference if you put 5 or 10 weight in it. Like that's the funny part. Because people think, oh, I gotta follow what the manufacturer says. I'm like, on new cars, yes, because they have weird ass oil. It's 0 weight oil. I'm like, how the hell do you do that?
I don't know. I mean, the Kia is 5W20 synthetic.
Yeah, well, there are some modern vehicles that have 0 weight. It's weird.
Whereas I know that like my Nova's engine in the TA is both 10W30, and in the TA I have to put flat tappet shit in it
That makes sense.
because it's still a I'm pretty sure that's a flat tappet cam. It's not a hydraulic roller.
What year motor is that?
76.
Ooh, yeah, it probably is flat top, I would guess.
It's a 76, but it's also got a Ram Air 4 cam in it. Which they ran those in the late 60s, so. I'm assuming with it's an aggressive load cam, which is why that thing has that nice lope that it does. So we go to 0 to 860, which I don't get, because like, why would you want it to have almost no viscosity at operating temperature?
Well, and I do wonder if this is literally manufacturers doing this for planned obsolescence. You know, as in, hey, this motor's gonna blow up on you anyways.
I don't see Toyota doing that though.
You know, but if you think about it, like, a lot of cars are designed to break now.
Yeah, well, like, it's not just that. It's almost everything is designed to break. Modern dishwashers literally designed to break every couple of years. And what really sucks is they're so fucking expensive anymore. When you're spending almost $1,500 for a washing machine for it to last 3 years before some of the internals fail because they're designed to. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, it's too hard to fix. Just buy a new one."
Yeah. Like, it's just it is so dumb with a lot of that stuff. And like, even, like, actually the worst one is, which actually, and I find this stupid to be honest, is
iPhones.
Well, fridges, brand new fridges, which that is something that's like a necessity. And
well, yeah, I mean, considering I know people that have fridges that are still from the 60s and 70s that work just freaking amazing. They might need some refrigerant topped off, but other than that, they're still like, like some machines that we have today that are only a couple years old. These things are like 40, 50 years old and still working.
Oh yeah, they work better than modern ones. Like, the only downside to them is,
they'll have the modern conveniences.
Well, yeah, of how much electricity it uses. It's
that not, too, yeah.
Like, they're not efficient at all. And
no, but boy, do they get shit cold.
Oh yeah, they do.
Not to mention, they're if you look at some of the old school, like what would be a $2,000 or $3,000 refrigerator today, back then, all the freaking nice, cool shit that they have ones that, like today where they're all about, like, has the little door in the front to access stuff. There were refrigerators back in the 60s that had that.
Oh yeah, like
the mid door.
Well, it's so funny that they have all these, like, advancements in technology and whatever else like that, and really, it's actually just old technology that they have reintroduced. Like, as an example, adaptive headlights. The Tucker 53 was the first one to have that.
Yeah, way back when.
And Crumple Zones as an example, which, Volvo says they, like, pioneered that in the Volvo 240. The Tucker had them first. You want, like, rain sensing wipers? Guess what? Mercedes did that in the 20s. The 20s. Yeah. And yet that's only recently popped up again.
That's because people will forget shit.
It's wild to me. It blows my mind. But, and, like, I like that they're starting to do some of this stuff again. Don't get me wrong.
Hey, Harvey. I just saw Harvey. I read Harvey's comment earlier, and I thought it was Jesse's.
Oh, see,
Harvey's been in here for a good bit, and I just haven't seen, because everybody's a blue wrench, and so I just... I am sorry, Harvey. I am sorry I did not notice you were, like, consciously noticed you were here till just now. I am, my bad. I need another beer.
Well, see, something, it's funny, because, Harvey is in the chat. Well, that's where I got our food from, was Harvey's.
Wait, what? Oh, you got...
That's the name.
Don't we have
That's the name
a...
of the restaurant.
Well, what the hell do we have here? It's not a Harvey's. What is it? Is it not Hardee's? The hell is that burger joint we have here? Is it Hardee's?
Well, Hardee's does exist in the States. I know that.
It's got a star. Is it?
Yeah, that's Hardee's. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Hardee's.
what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Harvey's. You know.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Cool logo.
Well, and the one thing is, what's awesome about them, so their stuff is...
Oh, hey, hold on. You need... This was in the chat, so you have to answer it. What's the number 3?
Well, are you asking him, or are you asking
No,
me?
no. Who was it? Is it Jesse? Yeah, Jesse asked, what's a number 3 combo?
So it is it's a burger with cheese on it and with fries and medium rare.
So what's the difference? So if it's a number 3, what's number 1 and 2 then? I mean, are they all just burgers with cheese on it?
Number 1 and 2 are Angus.
Oh, so they're the Angus.
Yeah, and then number 4 is the same thing that I got, their original burger but with bacon. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the thing is with Harvey's, because when you order a burger from them, they have this sort of policy to where, hey, they don't just they make their burgers like sort of fresh, and
So does Wendy's.
actually pick your toppings that way, as opposed to actually having to special order it that way. It's pretty cool. And
Because Wendy's are supposed to be fresh burgers too. Five Guys, I think, is the best as far as fresh burgers because literally they don't even hit the grill until you order them.
Yeah, well, like, I will say, so, the thing is, and for, like, quality of food, Harvey's is probably the best around. Like, I love Wendy's, and I love some of the other ones, but Harvey's just tastes the best.
Well, the thing is we have, okay, so you have where McDonald's or Burger King or Wendy's, whatever, and I consider them, they're like, let me go on my picture, they're like here, right?
Yeah.
Then you have Five Guys. Okay, so we have our Five Guys, you have your Chipotle, you have your, even though I think Chipotle is still like down here. They're above Taco Bell, but they're not Moe's. Okay? So you have your Five Guys, you have your Moe's, and you have what I would consider, what we had, Firehouse Subs. They are like the top tier, Firehouse Subs to Subway, Moe's to Taco Bell, Five Guys to your McDonald's, your Wendy's, and your Burger King. So they're like the higher end fast food, higher echelon.
Well, see, and that's the one thing with like, because Harvey's, like, they just, I don't know what what their burgers are, but they don't taste like anybody else's. They're really good, and they're not expensive. Like, where it's so stupid. I can go to McDonald's and get a burger, fries, and a drink, and it's more expensive than going to Harvey's.
Oh, I have no idea what it is like that, because the thing is you can go to McDonald's, and we have a family of 4. We can feed a family for 4 almost as much, if not more, than us going to Applebee's and hitting Applebee's up.
Oh, yeah. Me and my dad getting, if we get everything we usually order, plus the little snack that we get for my cats, but to be fair, that's only an extra $1. It comes out to $30 for the 2 of us.
Well, I can easily spend $36 to $40 at McDonald's. That's getting like a 20-piece nugget, which we all kind of take a couple nuggets. And, like Jess will get a, what do you normally get from...
Hang on. Apologies. Fucking moron on the side of the road here. He's wearing all black and he's walking down the highway in the middle of the night.
Yeah, that happens all the time here in PA.
Moron. Sorry.
The thing is and they're not even on the right side of the road. You're supposed to walk towards traffic, not walk with traffic.
Like, honestly, I wouldn't have seen him if the traffic the other way wasn't illuminating him. I wouldn't have seen him because my eyes aren't that great.
Yeah, and that's why you're supposed to walk with against traffic instead of with traffic, because it's your job as the walker to see the cars coming towards you because they're not going to see you in time.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And I understand why you might not want to do that, but, you know. Wouldn't you
Jesse says, actually, they say walk with traffic. No, because you can't see traffic coming. I walk towards the traffic. So the headlights are in front of me. Because at that point, if I see that car coming for me and it's on the other side of the white line than where I want it to be, I can step off the road further. You are no way going to be able to tell whether a car is on the other side of the white line if you are walking with traffic because they're coming up from behind you. You were supposed to bike with traffic, but you were supposed to walk against traffic.
Yeah, well, actually, so technically it's a law in Alberta that is not actually enforced. But if you're on a bicycle and you go on a highway, you're actually supposed to go against traffic.
Well, we're not allowed on a bicycle on a highway here in the U.S. At least not here in PA. There is no bike traffic on a highway.
Yeah, well, I mean, like on the shoulder, but yeah.
You mean a highway, or just a road? Because our highways are different.
You know, like highway where you're doing, 70 miles an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're not allowed. You're not allowed to have a bike on that. What I'm talking about, surface street roads, even though they may be highway marked, but if it is a road, a road that has an on or off ramp, you're not allowed on it on a bike. But if it's a regular road with a shoulder, yes. Technically, some of them are still highways, but they're considered a surface street, and if they don't have an on and off ramp. If they have an on or off ramp, then that's a no pedestrian, no bike.
I mean, because technically, any road here in Alberta, you can technically walk down if it doesn't have to have a proper shoulder, you can walk down the shoulder. But
yeah, but I don't know how familiar you are with U.S. roads, but geez, that has this thing is not charging whatsoever. So, let me see.
Yeah, my way is being illuminated, and I'm only driving really slow. It's because it's very, very, very bumpy through here. Because people like to go mock chicken through here, even though it's
I don't know if you can see that at all. But if it's a road like that, that is a no-go for bike or pedestrian.
Yeah, see, you can technically go down that in Canada.
But if it is...
Keep going.
Let's see. If it is a road like this, yeah, you can walk or bike on the shoulder on that.
Yeah, see, and that's the interesting thing, because here in Alberta, it's yeah, you can. I do wonder, there potentially is laws against it, but they never get a ticket for it. So.
Right, but I'm saying, if it's a road that you have to go on or off an on-ramp, or if there's a ramp to get on or off of that road, that's considered a high-speed road, and there should be no pedestrians or bikers on it. Whereas a surface road normally isn't any faster than 55, whereas a highway can get up as much as 75, depending on where you are in Pennsylvania. Mainly there's 55 to 65 for an actual proper highway. But yeah, like a route. I think a highway. There's a difference. There's a highway, and then we have routes. Routes are your surface streets. Highways are your no pedestrian, no bike. Yeah, but I'm talking about in Pennsylvania. I know that the Pennsylvania is a little slow. We just started getting 75 mile an hour speed limits here in PA, but up until recently, they were all 65 and under.
Bastards didn't give me a straw. That's okay. Although I will say, because
Harvey's in Canada, right?
Yeah,
he says any primary or secondary highway. Yeah, like I said, it'd be crazy to bike in an interstate.
Oh, what just happened? What did I do?
I don't know. You changed orientation.
Oh, okay. Well, my phone made a noise. I'm like, what the hell did I do? I get out of my car now.
But yeah, I mean, anything. I think highways. I think anything under an on ramp, I think is considered a route. Highways are different. Highways have on ramps, off ramps. They're also fenced off. You can't just walk onto a highway.
Oh, why did I not turn on the light in here? Oh, I know why. Because there was light outside more so than now.
Yeah, remember you left when the sun was just setting.
Well, just setting. No, it's been setting for a while, but
I don't know. The sun had not set when you left.
Yeah.
It was still in the nice, pretty orange, pink, yellow stage.
See, there's still some of that, but it's still dark.
How long does it take the sun to set there? I mean, ours sets within like an hour.
It's probably an hour and a half or two, to be honest.
Wow, you get a long time to enjoy the sunset.
Our longest day of the year, which is summer solstice, right? June 21st. That day, the sun isn't officially fully set until almost midnight.
When does it start setting? Cool. I consider sun setting necessarily when it reaches the horizon. Like the bottom half of it starts going beyond the horizon. Like when it starts changing the colors of the sky. And then it's fully set when the top of the sun is below the horizon.
See, for me, if there's no light, that's what I consider it's now. The sun is fully set. It's not straight lines. But dude, the Arctic Circle's weird that way, though, Harvey. Because technically, you can go to in the Northwest Territories and Alaska, and I think Nunavut as well, and even the Yukon, that you can actually have basically a week of just straight daylight. It's a weird phenomenon, but it happens every year.
There was a movie that was how was that movie? It was a movie that, when the sun didn't come up for a couple of days, these monsters would come. It was an Arctic setting. There's a weird shaped garden there, honey.
Yeah, actually, I kind of remember seeing stuff about that movie.
Yeah, like some kind of creature or something came out when the sun didn't come up. My ex-wife discovered she had a family in, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, and she went to visit.
Oh, that's Tuktoyaktuk.
Blah, 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 blah.
Tuktoyaktuk.
Yeah, forget it. No, go. You can have that word all you want. I'm not. Yeah, tuck the tucky tuck.
Yaktuk. Yeah, no, it's
Upchuck?
I believe it's in the Northwest Territories. I think it might be in the Yukon, but I think it's Northwest Territories. And oddly enough, Tuktoyaktuk is one of the main settlements up there. Actually, I need a plate and some ketchup. Alright, I can still hear you though, because it's really quiet.
Alright, everybody don't talk.
Talk.
I gotta wait for you to come back for me to be able to go get a drink. We can't hear you. Hear you banging around in there. You okay over there? You didn't hit the floor, did you?
I'm fine.
You're fine until you're not fine, and you got to hit the panic button.
Please, I only almost fainted once today. It's fine.
It's fine. I only wasn't not drunk for 5 minutes today.
Yeah, and especially when you're running or helping to run a dino, it's great.
Hey, Cat. Nice cock.
Okay, actually, something before I do this.
She definitely has a bigger cock than I have. Maybe.
So, okay, you're in a farmhouse when, dishes have rooster. But hang on, there's more.
Wait, there's more. Oh my god, we're having what the hell was his name? The fucking OxyClean salesman. Oh my god, the cabinet door pulls have cocks. She's surrounded by cock.
Also, cookie jar.
Oh, yep. Gotta choke the chicken to get the cookie.
There's another, random little, and even, damn admit.
Oh, you know what? We're better in this house.
Well, I am legit on a farm, so.
We have pumpkins.
Oh, so you are basic white girl then?
Wait, what? This was in my house long before I had girlfriends. This is.
Yeah,
I'm offended now.
So you are a basic white girl.
I have had this in my. No, I grew up in farmhousey-ish. Literally grew up on a farm.
Yeah, white girl.
You are not allowed to giggle over there. Fluff around and find out.
The thing is, she's gonna win that.
Always.
Yes, he is.
I am not. You tell them, Smokey. You tell them.
Because your main sort of thing is Chevrolet / Pontiac. You love the LS. It's.
Wait. Who says I like the LS?
You want to kind of correction, LT, but it's the new LS.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily that I want to. It is me slightly conforming to YouTube.
Well, you wanted to put the supercharged version.
Yeah, but you know what I originally wanted to throw in that car?
Your mom.
No, I don't know. Maybe she has been thrown in that car once. Oh my god, nice melons. They are technically a melon.
That is great. Now,
do you know what the original name for a cantaloupe is?
What?
The actual official name for a cantaloupe, not the bastardization that we have as a cantaloupe today.
I don't know.
A skunk melon. A skunk melon is what is actually a cantaloupe. I find that absolutely hilarious. I'm pretty sure that advertising things as a skunk melon salad is probably not as appealing as a cantaloupe.
Yeah, makes sense.
No, you can't.
No, I cantaloupe. I cantaloupe. How am I supposed to get a drink if I don't cantaloupe?
Well, if you cantaloupe, then that's a sad marriage.
I know, right?
He doesn't want that anyway.
Wow. Did I say? Yeah, maybe I meant muskmelon. No, is it muskmelon or skunk melon? Now I'm confused. Harvey might be right. I might be getting confused. It might be muskmelon.
Wait, are they named after Elon Musk? What? No.
Ew, no. Now I can no longer eat them.
Well, it's good because it's basic white girl, man. Pumpkins are a basic white girl. 100%.
Basic white bitch.
Yeah. Harvey says Google says cantaloupe is a variety of muskmelon.
Yeah, okay, so it's muskmelon, not skunk melon. I've been corrected.
Yeah, Jesse just said you can't elope. It's sad.
Yeah, cantaloupe and honeydew are some of my favorite.
Nice, Harvey. That's great.
What Harvey say? Harvey has made me appear far more witty and educated than I was just coming. I've known that for a long time, but sometimes your brain confuses shit. I don't know why I thought skunk melon. Though muskmelon and skunk, musk and skunk, I don't know. Both imply something smelly.
Which is funny about that because that's actually happening.
Well, I mean, I literally just watched Elon Musk pick up a 40-weight dumbbell like it was a piece of paper.
Oh, so here's the thing about this thing. So Elon Musk is he's bulking up, I think, because Zuckerberg is actually trained in martial arts.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting, and it depends. Now, the one thing is, when Jesse says who will win, the problem with it depends on the rules. Is it full on, freaking street fight? Is it UFC rules? Is it
boxing rules?
I know they want to do it in the octagon at, a cage match.
Then that should be a UFC rule.
Yeah, and it should be.
Which then marks martial arts might actually help out versus just be bulking out.
Yeah,
because mixed martial arts is going to win over a flat-out boxing unless Elon Musk can land a punch hard enough to rock Zuckerberg's world a little bit.
Because somebody did the Tale of the Tape cards that I saw on the internet, and it showed that there is, I think, 4 or 5 inches in height between them. And also reach, I think it's Musk has 6 or 7 inches of reach as well, more than Zuckerberg. So that is one thing that he has on his side.
But if Zuckerberg is in martial arts, a roundhouse kick can reach a lot further than somebody's arm.
That's true. Don't get me wrong. I don't really know who would win this. Logic says Zuckerberg, but there's no logic involved in this.
No, it's just 2 idiots with too much money fucking sitting here getting into a ring, which they probably shouldn't be in to begin with.
Yeah, it's 2 egotistical billionaires that want to flex his
which means I have absolutely no interest in it whatsoever.
Zuckerberg is not a robot. He's a lizard. Is that right?
They both are. They are both lizard people. They both make my skin crawl.
Although, Elon Musk is a black cat and a monocle away from being a watermelon.
Wait, what? The fact that you associated a black cat with Elon Musk has really, really irked me.
I was making a joke about him if he had that plus a monocle. That's all he needs to be a Bond villain.
We'll just go with Inspector Gadget. He can have a white cat and a robotic claw hand and be good. Then there's no black cats involved.
But Bond villain.
But no black. Elon Musk should not have black cat.
Why? I mean, I love cats. I love black cats. Why?
Because he doesn't deserve black cats.
Okay, you obviously don't understand. I said he is those two things away from being.
It's because he doesn't deserve black cats. That's why.
Dr. Claw.
Exactly. He got it. Harvey got it.
Well, that's why the Zuckerberg one especially, that people said, hey, he's a lizard, because he looks like one. If you really look at him, he looks like a lizard.
They're just creepy rich people and make my skin crawl.
Although, I will say, the actual movie about Facebook is freaking fantastic, and I love the fact that they portrayed Mark Zuckerberg as a complete dick in the movie. Right?
A what?
Well, there's a movie on, I'm trying to remember the name of it, that is on the creation of Facebook. And it's such a good movie, to be honest.
But you said they portrayed Zuckerberg as what?
Just a giant dick.
A giant dick, or?
Like, a giant dick, yes.
Okay. I wanted to I wasn't sure if I heard it because of the way you said it. It wasn't. But yes, it's because he is. He literally stole Facebook.
Yeah, he did. Oh, yeah. And they tell that whole story like that. And
he is a dick.
Yeah, but and black cats are not bad luck.
Yeah, no, black cats are not bad luck. How dare you, Jesse?
Rude.
You are literally on somebody's podcast that literally has had nothing but black cats for the last 20 years.
A cat is a cat.
No, I prefer my cat's black, thank you.
Racist.
Then again, I've also owned nothing but really black cars, except for, Trans Am's black, Nova's black. I've had both of them forever. My Jeep was black.
You know what's even worse? It's just racist. You only own black things.
That's not racist. That's the opposite of racism.
No, actually, if you think about it in the way I just said it, you own a bunch of black things.
Okay, whatever. You want to go that way? Yeah, I don't know. Is your chat slow, or are we just that far ahead? I don't know. Because he stole it.
Yeah,
unless I just didn't see it.
Yeah. Well, no, he just typed it.
Wait, Jesse, you're saying he's a lizard because he doesn't blink? So should we see how long it takes me to blink? Because Jess tried that the other day. She ended up having to use her muscle salve or whatever it is that she makes, which has a lot of mint and other stuff in it. She had to literally wipe that on the underside of my eyes to get my eyes to water enough to blink. Because I wasn't blinking, and she lost, and I still wasn't blinking.
Hey, there's a Wild Bradley in the chat.
Wild Bradley? I think his dad fell off the face of the earth.
Yeah, what's been going on with that? I've seen 2 messages from him in our chat, but that's it.
Mm-hmm. Then again, if you're sitting in my shoes for the last month and a half, everybody has disappeared outside of the chat. Because I've Harvey, Jesse, I mean, they have popped in my chat, but I have not had everybody in my chat kind of like tonight in forever.
That's because I'm here.
I know. I might as well just cancel my live stream, just send them all to you, and I just quit YouTube. Oh, he changed jobs. He's no longer working for himself? I mean, he wasn't working for himself, but he had kind of had his own truck. I am a lizard person, Jesse.
just don't pull a Amazing Spider-Man and try and
Start crawling up the walls with my gecko hands.
Spider-Nova, Spider-Nova, Spider-Nova does.
He needs to go get a drink.
He swings from the web. No, he can't because he's too fat.
Oh, could you guys hear that at all?
No.
She's over here doing like the Spider Pig, but she's doing Spider Novas. And when she got to can he swing from a web, she goes, "No, he can. He's too fat."
Nice.
I have been here.
You have, but I understand why you do it. But like I mentioned at the start of the stream,
We would not have a live stream if I did not do it, because I would have gotten 20 minutes into it, been bored out of my mind, and said, fuck this, got off and played video games anyway.
Yeah, oh no, I get it. If there's nobody here, that's fine. But if you actually have a guest, you shouldn't game. That's all. Like,
I'd rather game with the guest, but you don't have any games.
But I'm just saying, though, right? Just because you suck at multitasking.
What?
You suck at multitasking. Something severe.
It's called ADHD. I mean, oh my god.
Yeah, I have it too, but we just have it in two different ways.
Oh, no,
I have it where I can multitask like crazy compared to you.
It depends on what I'm doing.
You don't have to live with him.
I'm not sure if you heard that.
I heard that. Yeah. I'm glad.
Apparently, we're all arguing at the moment, Bradley.
Yeah. But I mean, and you know, I'm doing good. You know, like today. Oddly enough, we did have the truck didn't fully break, but it did break on the dyno.
Attention deficit. Oh, shiny. Exactly. Squirrel.
Right here.
Where's my squirrel?
But like, cause today actually, nice squirrel. It's great.
Yeah, it's. I think it's tiger's eye, isn't it? Jess, what's my squirrel?
Tiger's eye.
I thought it was tiger's eye. Tiger's eye squirrel.
Like I said, Jesse, like it's fine if nobody's here. Then yeah, that's totally bueno. But
the last time you were only here for like 20 minutes and you were gone.
That's because you were playing the game and you weren't paying attention to any of the conversation. But
a big FU to you, Jesse. No, it's not. It was definitely wagerly overdiagnosed, but it's not a thing.
Well, yeah, no, like the one thing is, like it does, like mine does affect me in some negative ways. Don't get me wrong. Like you notice that when I'm on a live stream, that I'm not constantly looking at the camera, that I'm all over the place. ADHD.
Mm-hmm. Do you do the piles thing, where you don't necessarily tend to put everything away, but you tend to put things in piles?
Kind of, yeah.
Any flat surface becomes a filing surface.
True. Or it's like, actually, give an example that actually makes sense to the channel. Here. Both of our channels. So, if I'm working on the car, and...
No, Jesse, they can't. You literally, there are criterias. If Jess has her MDSM-5 somewhere...
MDSM-5?
Yeah, whatever the hell it is. You know what I mean. Jess has the actual whole disorder, whatever, book that literally you have to... That if you get diagnosed, you have to meet the criteria for whatever it is, whether it's schizophrenia or bipolar or borderline personality disorder. There's a whole... You have to meet certain criteria to be able to be diagnosed as whatever. She has that book. It's literally like this thick.
Well, yeah, no, like the one.
Are you going to go find it?
Because I understand what Jesse is talking about, though.
Yes, DSM-5.
Yeah, because like I understand what Jesse is talking about, because a lot of the time kids are diagnosed with ADHD
just because they're hyper.
They're hyper, which is dumb because
That's
what
not.
hyper?
You have to have a whole bunch of other criteria past being just hyper, and not everybody with ADHD is hyper.
That's true. I don't really have much hyperness too.
Well, I mean, and the thing is what we don't always understand what hyper is. Me sitting here constantly playing things right off of screen is my version of hyper. I'm a fidgeter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And even though I'm not bouncing off the walls, I'm almost constantly playing with something.
Oh, yeah. Well, like, you've seen me a few times, you know?
Yep, exactly. Constantly playing with something or fidgeting.
Yeah, and notice how many times I've brushed my hair during this stream?
Jesse, the thing is that just because somebody does something like it or has one or two of the traits does not mean you have it. You know, that's like somebody that has seizure-like activity does not mean they have a seizure disorder.
I don't know where it is.
She's lost it? Well, I probably can look it up.
I have my DSM-3.
See,
I think that's a little older and outdated.
Yeah, see, Harvey, fun fact about ADHD. Technically speaking, it is an offshoot of autism.
It is. It is now considered part of the autism spectrum. Along with, they've now declassified Asperger's into autism, and Asperger's is no longer its own standalone spectrum on the autism scale.
Yeah, you can just look it up on
I wonder if because of the negative connotations that it had, if that's the reason why.
I don't know.
Yes,
Jesse, only in children. As an adult, it doesn't happen that way.
Okay. DSM-5 criteria for diagnosis of ADHD in adults. Now, this is not for kids. This is adults. Has to have, I think that's 5 or more symptoms.
Probably 5 or more.
5 or more symptoms per category in adults, persisting for at least 6 months, present or prior to the age of 12. Several symptoms are present in more than 2 settings, and symptoms interfere with or reduce the quality of social, academic, or occupational functionality. Inattention. Lack of attention to details or carelessness or mistakes. I have that. Difficulty in sustaining attention. Oh, you go ahead, comment. Do you want to comment on that one?
Yeah, I'm good. That's fine.
Okay. Difficulty sustaining attention in tasks, which means keeping attention during a task that is long. You know?
Yes.
Now, I have that one. Does not seem to listen when spoken to directly. Wow, I think you guys were just talking about that one with me.
What was that?
Exactly. Does not follow through on instructions. Depends on the task. Depends on my valued interest in that task. The less interest I have in it, the harder it is for me to do. Difficulty organizing tasks and activities. I have to literally only be giving one step at a time. If you give me all the steps at once, forget it. I'm not doing it.
Accurate. Yep.
Avoids tasks that require sustained mental effort. Yep, we nope.
Yeah, no.
If it requires several steps, forget it. We might not get past the first one. That's why I say give me steps, not the whole task. Because if you give me a single step, I'm more likely to complete that step and come back for the next one. Versus giving me the whole giant list of it. Because the giant list will just cause me to nope. Loses or misplaced objects constantly. I have found objects in the weirdest of places because I end up taking them with me to do something else, forget that I have it, put it down, and go back to doing what I was doing and didn't realize that I took it with me. Remote controls are the biggest one. I have taken remote controls from one room to another, sat it down because I went to go do a task and didn't realize I took that remote control out of the room to begin with.
Yeah, me, it's this right in front of me right now.
The phone? Yeah, I forget phones all over the place. I'll set it down to go do something and literally forget it's there and am completely doing something else in another. I've left it out in the garage before because I was out working in the garage, sat it down, forgot I didn't set it down, and went to go do something in the house, got distracted, and hours later, Jess is wondering why I'm not answering my phone. Well, it's because I sat it down somewhere.
Actually, when me and my buddy Keith, we picked up the Argo from my uncle's place. The one thing is, my uncle was trying to give me directions. I'm like, you can't do that.
Nope. I need it written down.
Yeah. If
that way I can refer to it several times.
Yeah, like, if he texted it to me, I could have,
Jess has seen it. If I'm in a meeting and they're verbally discussing things, forget it. By the time the meeting's over, I've forgotten 90% of it. And I'll just say, just text it to me. Because then I can refer back to it.
Well, yeah, actually, like, something that I had a problem with in school is, so if I'm in an area where there's a lot of conversation going on, I can't focus. Period. So in school, I tried this, and my teachers actually let me do it, which was nice, is I would just listen to music to drown them out.
Mm-hmm. I've done that. I've done that secretively. I wasn't allowed to. I would wear hoodies, and I would have them bunched up just below my ear, and I would fish one earbud up, because this was back before wireless ones. I'd fish one earbud up into my one ear, and have my Discman in my hoodie pocket. Yes, I'm dating myself. And I would listen to music during class, because it would help drown out everybody else chit-chatting in the room, and then I can just do my work.
Yeah, like I had a Discman for a little while, and then I upgraded to an MP3.
All right. Loses or misplaced objects. And by the way, we're not talking about losing our 10mm socket. I mean, literally, I had a tool, I put it down, I went to go do something else, and now that tool is completely gone. I can rip apart everything around where I'm at, and it's gone, only to find out that it was in my left pants pocket, or it's in the fridge, because I went to go get a drink at some point.
Yeah, I've done that.
I've never put my cell phone in, but I've put my remote control in the fridge before.
Yeah,
put the remote control down, pick up the soda, walk out, go back out to the living room to go watch TV, gets to the next ad in the YouTube video, and where the fuck is the freaking remote?
Well, I can do one better than that. I left my phone, I've only done this once. I was grabbing a drink from the fridge. I was actually watching a video on my phone.
Sat the phone down.
I closed it, and then I was looking for 5 minutes to try and find my phone, because my fridge actually does get sound pretty good. Like, it's quite
that's hilarious.
So you can't hear the sound very much. I'm like, where the hell is it? I open the fridge, and it's been in there for like 5 minutes. Like, what the fuck? And I was watching a video. It's the hilarious part.
Yeah, Jesse, if you were the kid chit-chatting in class, you were the reason why I couldn't get my work done.
Yeah,
okay. Easily distracted.
Squirrel.
Forgetful in daily activities.
Yes.
Okay, and again, those have to happen in more than 2 settings. And that's only part of them, but you have to have at least 5. And that's just for inattention. You have to have at least 5 to classify that. Hyperactivity and impulsivity. Fidgetiness, hands, feet, or squirms in seat. Yeah, I'm doing it constantly. If you ever go watch my live streams, I am constantly doing it.
Same here.
Leave seat frequently. That's not something that I normally do. I can normally sit, and once I'm sitting. I don't necessarily have to get up and wander around.
Yeah.
Unless I'm on the phone. I can never sit while I'm on the phone.
Yeah, that's kind of me. Actually, it depends on if my mind is preoccupied. Yeah, otherwise I'll walk.
Feeling restless. No, really, no. It goes with this. To leave seat frequently. I can just I can plot myself somewhere. I'll just end up falling asleep. If I'm bored, I just fall asleep immediately. Unable to engage in leisure activities quietly. Nope, again, not me.
Yeah,
Pretty sure I can engage in leisure activities quietly.
I'm not sure if I can. That's a hard one.
He
for
says
me,
it's
to be
pretty
honest.
detailed. I'm in a sensory processing disorder. I may hear words, but it takes a while to understand what's... Yeah, I have that.
Yeah.
Jess, I'll end up asking, what did you say? And then the second I say, what did you say? It clicks. And it's like, oh, wait, never mind. I understand.
Yep. Oh, I get that. And then, but also, some of that with me is because of my condition. So
Right.
there's my POTS.
Right.
Because it goes towards that.
Okay. Always on the go, difficulty being still for an extended period of time. Like I said, it's either I'm either on or I'm off. I'm either down and not moving, or I'm up and going.
Yeah.
Talk successively.
It's you. It's you.
Blurts out answers. I do it to you all the time. It pisses you off.
Yes, it does.
I can't help it. If it's in my brain, it's out my mouth. Wait, I drive in circles in the wheelchair when I'm on the phone. I've already put 5 miles in my wheelchair when I was on the phone. Yeah. Difficulty waiting for his or her turn.
You have that problem so bad.
Interrupts or interludes on others. So yes, I do qualify for actually both hyperactivity and inattentiveness, but I'm not bounce around all over the place hyperactive. I'm more of the subdued hyperactive.
Yeah, see, like with me, yeah, like I don't have the hyperactive side of it, so.
Yeah, mine's more of a hyperactive brain, not necessarily a hyperactive body.
Yeah, and that's the one misconception, because people think, oh, you have to be hyper. That's not the case.
No, and that's because they used to classify it as ADD and ADHD. But they found out that a lot of the people with ADD were also having the hyperactive part, but it was more internalized.
Yeah, because mine technically was classified as ADD.
Right. But
and
hyperactivity, you fidget with your hands. Right? You leave your seat frequently.
True, yeah.
You feel restless?
See, I don't know on that one. Like, do I feel restless? I don't even know. Generally.
Unable to engage in leisure activities quietly.
See, that one depends on the situation.
Well, that's the point. As long as it's in more than 2 situations.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, so yeah, I would have that one too.
3. Always on the go, difficulty being still for extended periods of time.
Yeah, I have that one.
You're up to 4.
Yeah, that's 4.
Talks excessively. You have that one. I don't want to hear it. You have that one.
That's true. I do.
Blurts out answers. We both do that. And we do it to each other. Doesn't bother me as much because I'm used to it.
True.
You're up to 6.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's fair.
Difficulty waiting his or her turn. Yes, you do that. In fact, you get pissed at me when I don't let you have your turn when you want it.
True.
You're 7. Interrupts or interludes on others. Yes, we both do that.
I did that a little bit, not as excessively as you did.
I didn't say. Nobody said there was a scale of yes or no. As long as you do it. You had 8. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There was 9. You had 8 out of the 9 in hyperactivity and impulsivity.
I guess I'm 9% too. It's in a different way than yours, though.
Well, yeah. Nobody said it's all the same. Let's go back to the inattention. Lack of attention to details and careless mistakes.
Wait, what? I once drove Edmonton to Salt Lake in 20 hours. Could have done it in 16 if I slept the night before. Hyperbool.
Squirrel.
Oh,
Boobs.
butts.
Food. All right. Lack of attention to details and careless mistakes. Do you make stupid? Do you forget things or make stupid mistakes and forget stuff sometimes?
Constantly.
All right, so there's one. Difficulty sustaining attention in tasks. Long tasks, boring, and you get distracted.
Very much so.
Does not seem to listen when spoken to directly.
No, I do listen.
Okay, well, we'll leave that one go. Does not follow through on instructions. So if you're given a long list of instructions, can you make it through them? Difficulty, and I'm hiding my fingers way up above your screen here, but I'll bring them down here in a minute. Does not, well, we did that one. Difficulty organizing tasks and activities.
Yes.
It's a task with multiple steps and pre-planning we're not good at. Avoids tasks that require sustained mental effort.
Yes.
Loses or misplaced objects.
All the damn time.
Easily distracted.
Squirrel. Yeah.
Forgetful in daily activities.
Yes.
How many do you think you got?
How many was there?
Just give me a guess.
7. Oh, 8.
8, and there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Got 8 out of 9 in both of them. So, yes, there are criteria, and the thing is again, you have to meet more than 5 of those, and in 2 different settings or situations.
And I have
So, work and home, or whatever. At 8 out of 9, and she only has to meet 5.
Yeah, it's and the one thing is, like, mine, it can be rough. So, like, if there's a bunch of things, like, I have just said to myself, on my car especially, I'm gonna do. There's all these things to do on it. I will start doing one thing, then I'll stop doing that and do another thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll forget that I started on that one thing, and I'll do something else.
Right. So like this, okay. You go in the kitchen to go make yourself a bowl of soup. You get out into the kitchen, you go get the freaking bowl. You find out you don't have a clean bowl, so you go over to the dishes, and you either try to go pull one out of the dishwasher, or you pull one out of the sink to wash. You open up the dishwasher, you see the dishwasher hasn't run, or maybe it has run, but it needs to be emptied. Then you go, oh, I should empty the dishwasher. Then you go to empty the dishwasher, you go start putting the plates away. You realize that there is a plate over here that needs to go in the dishwasher. So then you stop unloading the dishwasher, put the plate over by the sink. At that point, you realize that your hands are dirty, need to wash your hands. And then you realize that you have to go to the bathroom. You go to the bathroom, you realize that there's clothes on the floor. You need to put the clothes in the washing machine. You go to put the clothes in the washing machine. By the time that you realize that you were going to go make a bowl of soup, it's 3 hours later. And you still have not made the bowl of soup.
Fun fact, I did that today at the dino.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and if you ever see me out in the garage, it'll be 12 hours later, and I have realized I have not gone to get something to eat or drink.
Yeah, like, at the, like, see, here's the problem, Jesse. My house is not...
ADHD people cannot do that. Keep their house clean. Because of that exact same thing that I just talked about. You start one task, and before you can completely get through that task, you get distracted by another one. Or you look at the sentimental fact that I need to clean up this room. You look at the room and you just get completely overwhelmed with all of the things that you have to do. And your body just says, nope, let's watch YouTube. It is not as... Okay, for and I'm going to use this term, and I don't know if I necessarily like it, but non-neurodivergent people, they do not understand the thought process that happens with people that are neurodivergent. People that do not have ADHD just say, well, why don't you just go do it?
Yeah, like, actually, there's a YouTube channel that I follow. I think they just make exclusively YouTube shorts, but that's fine.
Neurotypical people are what Jesse is at the moment.
Yeah, it is. But the channel is called ADHD Love, and it kind of explains the daily life of having ADHD.
I do that on TikTok.
Like, I've seen them on TikTok as well. But I watch them on YouTube.
I'll just start sharing them to Jesse, and then maybe he'll understand. Or maybe he just will completely not understand and realize that he's not ADHD.
And that's one thing, like, their videos, they're fantastic because even, like, you read the comments, like, people with ADHD,
I so get this. And then you see the people that don't have ADHD, so it's like, but why?
Yeah. Well, like, and also, like, there's people with ADHD that will, like, you know, they'll go into the comments of some of those videos and be like, you know, I have this, and I didn't know how to explain it to people, and now I do.
Exactly.
It's wonderful.
That's like, okay, so what you can see, I can purposely clean up. Everywhere you don't see, it's not necessarily as clean as the area that I know you can see. It's called a set. The area that I know is in the field of the camera, I will clean up and make sure that that's nice because I don't want to be perceived as somebody that's dirty. I'm not actually dirty. I don't like things being messy, but then again, I also have trouble putting things necessarily away all the time. I tend to put things away right before I start a task instead of when I'm done a task. So, like, if I'm going to go over here and I'm going to build a model, I will completely clean the whole desk area and then start. Which also stops me sometimes from starting.
Try having both bipolar and ADHD.
Yeah, like Jess said, try having bipolar and ADHD.
My bipolar is bipolar depression. So
that's why you have a drawer or a closet. The only problem with having a drawer or a closet, Jesse, is object permanence. I think is the right word I said it.
Yeah.
If we do not see it, it does not exist. So when we start putting stuff away, we literally forget we have it.
But there is stuff, like, as an example, I did not, because I was thinking about it the other day. I'm like, where is my NOVAtazz shirt? I didn't realize where it was. I had lost it for literally months. Then all of a sudden, I found it. I'm like, oh my god, the shirt!
And you literally forgot you had it. Like, you didn't even freaking remember you had it because you didn't see it.
Yeah, like, for the longest time, like, I kind of forgot about it, and all of a sudden, I was like, wait, I have that shirt. Where is it? And I searched for like an hour.
That's the same thing with chores. I have a bad problem with the cat box because I don't see it. I don't see it. I forget I have it. I'm busy doing everything else, and then the cats decide that they are fed up with me not seeing it and let me know. Well, now I see that I need to clean the cat box because it left me a present somewhere.
Yep, my one cat does the same thing.
But it's the same thing with other things. If I have a project that I want to get done and I need to know I need to get it done, I will leave it out where I see it. I won't put it away. Because if I see it all the time, I will eventually get to it.
You know, and this is the one problem that I'm kind of having to a degree of, okay, if the motor dies in the Capri, I can do it myself, don't get me wrong. But if I have somebody there to help me with doing that, it helps out a lot because I'm going to start doing it, and I'm going to be like, ooh, there's this to do. Or like this little area's dirty. You know what? I'm just going to.
And you spend like 2 hours cleaning this one spot for no reason.
exactly. You know, when I see this beat, get in the car, fucking run it. You know, it happens all the time, and that's the one thing that. And actually, with some of my videos, you will see that a little bit too.
Well, and you also wonder why I don't put out videos regularly. Well, that's part of the reason why. Because if I'm overwhelmed with a video, I won't even come to the computer to turn it on. Or I'll get to to turn on the computer to put it on, and I'll get distracted doing something else. Or I'll get pulled away from it and not come back to it. Sometimes it takes me a while to completely get through editing a video because it's also not a very exciting, fun process unless you're making a fun video. And most of my videos aren't necessarily ones that are fun to edit.
Yeah, well, actually, like, something...
Minecraft for hours, that's fun.
Yeah, like, actually, as a great example of something that is on my channel for that to actually stay with me, if you watch... It's, again, this was this would have been, I would have posted it sometime last winter, actually, when I was doing the T5 swap on my Mustang. I did a time-lapse video of me essentially reassembling the motor. So, you know, like putting the carb on it and, you know, putting all the accessories back on and stuff like that. And you'll notice the weird little shit that I, like, try and do, and I just say, fuck it, and I'll go do something else, you know? And then I will, like, I think I went back to the alternator, like, 3 separate times, trying to put it in. I just kept saying, screw it, I started seeing other stuff that I wanted to do. You see that in that time-lapse video, and it's a nice way to see it, because, like, it's just a short format, as opposed to, you know, like, seeing that in real time, that was, like, an hour and a half, but in time-lapse version, it's, like, 5 minutes. You know, kind of. I like shooting in time lapses. You know,
it's easy.
Nice.
Yeah. I've tried doing it, but the problem is I end up again the same thing. You get pulled away, and then you got to edit the time lapse or cut it up, and then it looks all goofy.
See, it depends on how fast or slow your time lapse is, too. Because a lot of that you can just, if it happens, it doesn't look so bad because it's fast enough. If it's a really slow time-lapse, then yeah, that can be a problem.
Well, I was trying to record a lot of the times recording my videos in time-lapse, but using the actual hyperlapse feature on my phone, and I get annoyed with it so bad because instead of it keeping everything a set time, it tries to compress everything into a certain set duration. So even if you record for 3 hours, it tries to cram it into like 30 seconds or a minute or whatever. And if it's an hour, it still tries to only cram it into that minute or 30 seconds instead of it being proportionally longer or shorter.
I don't know if I've ever noticed that online or not.
It will set the set time for the hyperlapse. It will not make the hyperlapse longer or shorter depending on the length of the original video or the original time it was recording.
See, I think mine with the settings, because bear in mind, I only have an A52. I don't have your fancy fucking phone.
Well, I mean, it's fancy fucking phone this one or fancy fucking phone this one. They're all that. It's been the same feature, I think, as far back as the one that's out in the garage. I just realized the only one that's in here is the dreaded diseased phone. This one.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if I can even ever turn that one on. Because I don't know if I'm technically ever supposed to have it still.
Oh.
It was a work phone that got replaced, and they never asked for the old one back.
If there's not a SIM card in it, I think it's okay.
I don't know. It's an iPhone. I don't know what it has in it.
Well,
it's the older version of what, the iPhone SE or whatever. Because it's the exact same as the newer iPhone that I had gotten. But this one, no, actually, this is the newer one. Because this one still doesn't. This one has the camera still in it. The original one is the one that the camera busted out of it. So this was the new one. This is the iPhone SE. I think.
Yeah, see, I think because I know they have similar to Android in a little pin you can find wherever it is.
See.
Take it up. Could be.
Oh yeah, they have it. It's on the side here.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
But I'm probably sure I could jailbreak it and then just freaking never connect it to Wi-Fi.
You could. That is the one convenient thing I will say on Apple is if you want to jailbreak it, it's so easy. Android is a little
Can I just
harder
jailbreak it and install freaking Android software on it?
See, now, the funny thing is, I had a friend years ago.
Install Linux on it.
Well, he bought a Mac, but because he needed it for school, but he hated Mac.
Did you go get a
products.
new drink and then never got me something? Oh, you're a dick. I got distracted so long that she went out and got herself tea and didn't bring me anything. Yet the last time I went out to go get a drink, I brought her tea.
That's rude.
Yeah, right? Rude.
Yeah, but
Now I'm still
anyway.
sitting here in the middle of a conversation with nothing to drink.
Poor baby.
But yeah, like he bought.
I can see your camera set up.
Like my buddy, like he had a MacBook Air that he needed for school, and the one thing is, he spent it had it only had like 256 gigabytes of storage. I think. Like it was bad. Like this was years ago. Like
and that's the other thing I hated about iPhones versus Androids. Up until this freaking actually Jess's version of freaking Android, removable storage. This one's got it. This one, whatever storage you have on the phone is all you have.
Yeah, it is dumb. Like I do like the fact that I do have that in this one. If I wanted to utilize it, I could, and I can go up to on this one. Surprisingly, I think it's like 200 gigs. I think of extra, which is nice.
I think I can get. I can put. I don't know what I can put. I can put a decent sized SD card in this. But this, I'm locked to whatever I bought it at, so that forced me to sit here and go buy the largest size I can find. This is a 1 terabyte phone.
Yeah, which I wish I had a terabyte because this has 256 out of the box.
Well, the thing is when I realized, obviously what I want to use this phone for. Okay, and the fact that it shoots in 8K, I was not getting a 256 gig phone. As my max amount of storage, no. So I went with the 1 terabyte. The reason I didn't get the S22 that Jess has is because I couldn't get it in the 1 terabyte.
Okay.
By the time that I got Samsung financing figured out and fixed, the 1 terabytes were sold out. And since I said, screw it, I'll just wait. This phone is still perfectly capable of working. It's just slow. It's having trouble running some of the newer apps and stuff.
Oh yeah, like that is a problem actually. So the phone I had before this, I still have it. I have recorded some videos recently with that one. Mainly, actually, if you watch, there's a video I did when I was at Street Wheelers and I was cruising around Street Wheelers. I actually had that as the phone to use, which it turned out pretty good, although it was its stabilization isn't quite as good as this one. It's still really damn good for being a Huawei P20.
No, this thing is stupid. Not like stupid in a bad way, but this thing is like, I mean, I could be in a monster truck and the thing's still pretty damn near flat.
Yeah, it is amazing that, like, I wish I had the camera you had. Like, I'd be awesome.
Literally, the only reason I got the Ultra, besides the storage size, was the camera. I didn't care about the fact that this thing can play games like a freaking my PC can, which it can. This thing can play Call of Duty like it's a freaking PC. And I can broadcast this from my phone and just use the phone as a controller and my TV as the screen. But that's not really the reason I bought it, even though it can do all that thing. I bought it for the cameras and the storage space and the speed.
Yeah, like, I actually got mine because I wasn't shopping for this specific phone, to be honest. I knew I wanted an upgrade because my P20 was getting slow, and the fact that when I boot up the P20 now, it is so bad. When you're like scrolling through Facebook, it has like it's at like 5 seconds scrolling Facebook.
It's laggy. That's what this one is. It was just so laggy going through apps. And the thing is, you don't really notice it until you get the new phone and you have them both there, and you're like, wow.
Well, the fact that like I can scroll with this phone and it doesn't get blurry at all. I scroll with the other one and I can get like motion sickness.
This one, this one here. Let's see if I can. Oh, no, not D. Oh, I mean, I'm not sure if this is going to show up real nice, but
yeah, that works really well.
And that's I mean, let's see, Facebook, regular, whatever. I mean, it is seamless. That was what my biggest worry with this is, because I don't know, like, if I take this out of the case, which I don't know if I like or hate this case. I got it from Carved. I do have a video on it. That is an actual chunk of black walnut, like the burl and resin. That is literally like a thin slice of actual wood. And I don't know if it's coming up real nice, but it is a gorgeous case.
Oh, it's a beautiful case. Like, and I do wonder, like, how's the longevity of a case like that?
I don't know. I have issues. I mean, I don't know if it shows up on camera, but there is a blemish here. Like I said, I don't know if it'll show up on camera, but there is a blemish like right here, and I don't know. I mean, it could probably use a new polish, but the other thing is again, I work with a lot of different chemicals and other things in the garage, at work, and on my hands, and could that be the reason why this case has the blemishes it does? It gets contaminated. But yeah, what I wanted to pull this off.
Holy crap! It's a wild shade in the chat.
You can see if I pull see how high those cameras stick up off the back.
Yeah, wow. I'm surprised they stick up quite that far. Mind you, mine kind of do too, I suppose.
But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know how to.
Yeah, you can see it from that angle. Like, yeah, it's a good, like, what, 1/8 of an inch or so?
And those freaking cameras are absolutely massive. I mean, there's a thumb compared to one.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're big on mine too.
But I mean, I've shown pictures. I have literally read pieces of paper from like 50 feet away, the fine print on pieces of paper with the camera on this phone.
Yeah, it's wild. Like, and that's why, like, it's so funny because I tell this to my photography friends, which they're like, shut up. Is they spend a ton of money on like professional cameras and lenses and stuff when a phone can do it.
No, and yes, a phone can replicate it and kind of make it look like a high-end camera, but the raw video file, so the actual file that the photo lens takes, is a lot different with a dedicated digital camera versus a phone camera. A phone camera uses software to make it look good, whereas a digital camera naturally looks good.
Oh, I know. It's I like I said, I do it to tease them. right? And they know like that I know that that's the case of it. But like,
hurry up! Somebody get out a Pokeball.
but yes.
It is a rare shiny Pokemon.
See, I'm still wondering if we'll ever get the rarest shiny Pokemon in the chat or in the live stream ever again.
Would that be the aggravated adolescent? I'm trying to find another word for mechanic that just sounds different. Come on, somebody help me out in the chat. Give me a weird name for a mechanic. Sounds majorly over the top that it needs to be. Yes, an aggravated adolescent tinkerer. That works.
Yeah, that's perfect. Because like that's the one thing of. Actually, I need to look at my text.
I haven't even seen him any posts on any of my social media of him recently.
No, he hasn't been doing any social media. Period. Like I really took time trying to contact him. Actually, like.
Well, you can let him know the next time you see him that. Barring barring the fact that unless it's brought up in front of my face, we are thinking of him. It's just sometimes I get distracted and I don't even think of my friends sometimes.
Yeah, no, it's all good because actually we were texting the other day, and sorry, it's gonna change the orientation of the camera here for a moment.
Oh no!
But if I look at my
a semi-smart backward engineer with subper ability to turn a nut.
Where is?
I love it.
There we go. Okay.
It didn't change orientation, by the way. Just letting you know.
Oh, it didn't. Okay, that's better. Just reading the text here. Because
by the way, hold on. I have everybody in here chit chatting. I have one like. Is my podcast that horrible that somebody can't throw me a like here and there?
Poor baby.
Okay, go ahead, Kat.
Wow, that is rude. Rude.
What?
Not with what you said, with what Shane said.
I read it out to you.
Yeah, I didn't hear it.
I know, it's that ADHD shit going on that does not exist.
Yeah.
I hate that at work when people do that shit. They're like, oh yeah, it doesn't. It's like, thank you for just completely invalidating me and everything that I've had to deal with.
Oh yeah. But yeah, true. But
that's okay. Depression doesn't exist because you can't see it.
Yeah, the old man tinkerer, he actually bought a Lancer, which surprised me. To be honest.
I don't know. He likes those little tiny cars, but he doesn't hold on to them very long, and they just freaking poof. I gave you your one like you broke B.
Wow, Shane's on the warpath tonight.
I'm having trouble on putting my head around what he said. I gave you your one like you broke B.
Yeah, so the one like you have was from him.
Oh. No, I have two.
I love that your brain took a minute for that. It's like, wait, what?
I'm still having I'm having issues. But I had one like, and now I have two, so you must have given me the second one, unless for some reason you managed to give me 2 likes. And apparently I chased somebody away because we went from 4 down to 3 viewers. I think Cankericious Potts from the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I have not seen that movie in so long, I'm not sure if I can remember.
See, the problem is, when I read that, I thought he just really butchered
your name.
My name.
That's what I saw.
Yeah.
And now my brain is just doing the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang in my head.
Yeah. Well,
See, this is the other thing with ADHD, and I guess Harvey knows this. All you have to do is hint at anything that is remote to a song, and my brain is gone.
Yeah, well, right now, there is a damn...
E-I-O-U. Chitty chitty bang bang, we love you.
Hey, Sean.
What?
Right now,
Phenomenal.
it's been just...
Ba-ba-na-na.
Well, see, what's been constantly playing in my head
Is
actually
not Phenomenon?
Like System of a Down, BYOB. I don't know why that song's off in my head.
Phenomenon. Phenomenon. Phenomenon.
No.
I hate you.
It is the most ADHD song ever.
Yes, it is.
Unless you're going to go with, this is the song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on again. Some
No,
people...
you sing it wrong.
I always sing it wrong compared to the way you sing it.
Bitch.
Well, we broke it. Another quote, YouTuber, my brain travels to, I don't know what, at Mock Jesus. Well, the thing is mine does not, because I will erupt in flames if I step in a church. Not religious at all.
Yeah, see, I'm
And definitely not an
religious.
Abrahamic religion.
Well, see, I'm not religious at all either. I graduated from a non-Catholic school, but part of our graduation was in a damn church. And here's the problem. We all made the joke that, hey, we're all bursting into flame right now, but actually they just gave us really heavy cotton gowns to wear in the...
Oh, so they were dampening your fire effect.
Yeah, it was horrible, man.
Yeah, no.
That day, it was 35 degrees Celsius, which is about 95 or so Fahrenheit, plus wearing those gowns, which probably gave an extra 10 degrees on top of it. That was horrible.
I am of that. You can practice what you want, and you can whatever. Just leave me out of it.
Oh, no.
I respect other people's to believe what they want and to practice what they want. I'm just not a part of it.
Yeah, like, basically, do what you want. I don't care. But if you start belittling my beliefs, I will tear your religion apart.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can do that so easily. Majority of religions, other than Buddhism, that's the one I can't, because it's actually kind of like a perfect religion, to be honest. But, other than that, and actually Hindu's pretty good too. But,
I don't know, pagan. It'd be...
Hey, I never said I was restoring the Mercury. I never said that.
Definition of cat: one who buys a broke Mustang, restores it, then buys another broke ass Merc to restore.
See, and technically, I haven't restored the Mustang either. Like,
Cat chaos at 10.
I've customized it. I haven't restored it. Sorry, I got an ad, so I lost all the chat.
Wait. Brain just went there. Cat customized at trailer.
Wait, what?
Cat customized at trailer.
Wow, your brain went that leap. Wow. Why? Why do this?
I don't know, but it's where it went.
Why?
It works. Tell me it wasn't.
Yeah, no, that broke my brain for a second. I'm like, what?
K, customized with a K, not a C.
Yeah.
It's customed. So what one is being restored? The Mustang, the Merc, the mental... None of them. Again, ADHD, they get started, never finished.
Exactly, that's how it works.
You completely missed that whole part of this conversation where we start projects and they never go anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a whole ass wiring system that's been sitting here waiting for me to finish. Now, granted, it's not fair because half of it's money, but yeah. Did you too close to your own bomb?
No, not that.
Just far enough?
But yeah, like...
Did I ever tell you the story of how Jess blew up our whole horde base with a stick of dynamite? In 7 Days to Die?
No?
Well, she's over here playing a game and she was using, I guess, a bomb to blow up something in a... I don't know what she was doing.
I didn't expect it to...
You had a bomb and you didn't expect it to blow up?
I forgot it was a bomb.
She forgot it was a bomb. But anyway, we were playing 7 Days to Die and it was like the first or second horde, so we don't have a whole lot of stuff. And I had built this pillar base. It's like 6 pillars, and then there's a floor above it, and zombies can't reach you, but you can shoot down at them. She decided to start throwing sticks of dynamite at them while they're all around the pillars that are holding up the base. Blew our whole base to smithereens, and us went down into the zombies.
Well, have fun, Shane.
Oh, wait, were we going by? No.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Is that Call of Duty? Oh, Modern Warfare. Okay.
Yeah.
He's done harassing you now, I guess?
Yeah, which, it's interesting, because I have been... Now, I haven't been actually, like, messaging him with typing. I've been sending him stuff, and he hasn't replied in a while. It's like, what did I do?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You forgot to
And
pull
I
out the
don't do
freaking
anything.
yellow and black
Like-
Pokeball.
Well, see, that's the one thing. I have a problem with this because it was something that stemmed from when I was younger.
Are people
Is-
just stopping and ignoring you?
Yes. Well, and I've started to reach out again, and everybody's fucking ignoring me again.
I don't know. I don't think I've ignored you.
No, we haven't actually messaged each other in a long
It's
time.
in the chat. I don't necessarily ignore people when they chat in the chat.
Yeah, no.
I'm just not very good at just reaching out at people out of the blue.
Yeah, I don't do. Yeah, I rarely do that, and I do it. And I started to reach out more, and then I stopped because I was getting ignored again. That, and I know that's not intentional. I get that. It's not intentional. But
Okay,
when
go ahead.
it does, it bothers me a lot because my brain be fucked up from when I was a child.
I'm not too. I kind of. It makes you feel really alone, neglected, and that nobody really wants to deal with you. So they.
Follow me.
That better not be copyrighted.
No.
You know how many
Rejection
times I've
sensitivity
said-
disorder, part of ADHD package. Oh, I'm glad to know that.
It is.
Yeah.
I have it. I literally, if somebody doesn't like, people not showing up to the live stream for like 6 weeks straight. I literally almost was not going to do a live stream. Like after the last one where I was on and like I had one person show up, I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. And wasn't going to do anymore.
Yeah, I remember.
Though I'm also thinking about doing them on Thursday nights because I think doing them on Saturdays is one of the biggest reasons why I'm having trouble getting people in here.
Well, yeah, because you compete with quite a few.
Not just that, I'm also competing with people out doing their lives. It's a Saturday. You guys are out and about doing things, and not just you as co-hosts, but you as in viewers. You know, and because there's things that I've wanted to go out and go do.
Yeah. Oh,
So
well,
it's a weekend. People are out doing things. Whereas I used to do it on Sunday nights. People are home because they generally have to go to work the next day. So they tend to be home on Sunday nights. You know? Or I was thinking, I can't do Sunday nights unless I only literally do like an hour or two live stream.
Shane, I have not really. I saw one update today of something, like you were working on a bunch of different vehicles, but that's the first time I've seen it in a while. Like I knew, like, you weren't intentionally ignoring me. I get that. Like I said, and it's one of these things. I know people don't intentionally ignore me. Like my buddy Keith, actually, he has, like, the problem is the barometric pressure has been fucking with his head. So he wasn't really texting back at all, but he didn't let me know that at all. So I'm like,
Well, I mean, it's...
ignoring me. All the people that I like to talk to are ignoring me.
But I mean, that's kind of like what Jess said earlier. I did have this thought before you kept rambling. Jess, what did you say earlier? There.
Don't know name?
Yeah, no, it was something earlier.
Bitch.
Yeah.
I love how you just asked an ADHD person to remember what they said way earlier.
Sometimes she's good at that.
Actually, kind of okay.
She's less ADHD than I am.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. It depends on where your mood's at.
I was gonna say, I see her
Mine's
where she's-
mine's most of the time out in left field.
yeah, which
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm sitting here trying to wrangle my squirrels into a row.
Harvey, I'm at my buddy Keith's place. I'm in technically city of Edmonton, even though this place has been annexed 4 different times. It was Beaumont at one point, it was Leduc, it was Nisku, and now it's Edmonton. Because farm.
I have no clue what I was thinking.
Yeah.
It's gone. I'll remember it like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. I'll be disappointed though if you don't put it in the chat. Like at 3 o'clock in the morning.
If I don't remember. If I remember, don't remember, I don't know.
Yeah, so
Squirrel.
like Harvey, because like today I was actually in San Gudo and I was working at Dino there.
Okay, you talk to Harvey. I'm going to go get another beer. Maybe that might fix it.
Right. Yeah, I guess you are like right down the road from here. I forgot about that. Yeah, which like I'll be leaving tomorrow, but because as much as I wanted to stay for a couple of days, I just like couldn't. So due to other constraints that I have, which sucks, but it is what it is. Not much I can do about it. Because I have got to take care of my cats because my dad decided he wants to go to the lake. Which, again, I don't live for, but it just means I got to be back home. So, tomorrow. But that's okay. And, we had, I think it was 14 or 15 cars on the dive today. So, that worked out. It was good. Free of attempting to, commit suicide. So,
Well, that's not a good topic to come back to.
I said the Capri, not.
I just heard somebody was committing suicide. That's all I heard.
No. The Capri is attempting to commit suicide with, it's
Okay.
it's tappity and knocky. Although I will say, when I was going down the highway at this one point, when it was surging and stuff like that, I thought I heard it knocking, but maybe just the tapping got worse because I couldn't quite decipher it.
It's okay. My chair's lift mechanism is committing suicide. It is slowly waning its life force away. Okay.
Or if you want to get past the sensors, it's unaliving. It's so funny when you watch the videos that they talk about that and the subtitles are unalive.
I think it's time to reorder.
Yeah.
I no longer am allowed to drink any of this till I get another bottle now.
It's at that little campground actually, and it was a good event overall. Although I had to yell at the kids more than once, but they were working with it. Because the one thing is with the dyno, for context, the dyno works off of. So there's 3 of us that are there. There's me, there's John, there's Jay.
John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. Sorry.
But we actually rely on volunteers or people who are physically getting paid to be there, not by us. So, volunteer via paycheck. And it was so because the routine is the same after every single one, and how many times I had to yell at him to do that. It's pretty funny actually. I made a joke about it because I was teasing him about it, but it was one of these things. And the kid, the one kid especially, he wasn't that old. He was maybe 18, maybe. And that's the one thing of, because basically our routine when after a dino pull happens, the very first one, because they always get 3 pulls, right? Sometimes 4 or possibly more. It just depends on Jonna's feeling and all that. So after the dino pull, we check all the straps, right? And I'm actually behind the computer, just make John job a little easier. I shout out the numbers.
He's being cute.
But I always yell, check the straps every time. But I thought after like maybe the 3rd or 4th time I would have said that potentially, that they would have just done it. Like, no, I had to keep yelling it over and over and over again.
You're so bossy.
Yeah. Well, and the one guy that I was mostly referencing that to, because the other one was okay, but just one guy that he was kind of like hovering around me a lot. I'm like, dude, what do your job? And he would like complain if I did it. I'm like, well, I yelled out 3 times and you didn't check the straps, so I'm doing your job for you. Like, dude, it's not a hard job. It's a very simple job. You strap cars onto the dyno, you check them after each pass. It's a very easy job, especially when they're mostly trucks.
I'm being distracted and I'm sorry. Jess is over there opening boxes in her game, and it is making the most distracting boop sound every time she moves something from one box to another. It is like, not ASMR. I don't think it's not that, but it's like a squeaky toy.
Fair enough.
And it's just bloop, bloop, bloop.
Do that. There we go. Okay.
Did it with your amethyst?
No. They're not open on Wednesdays, apparently.
No open on Wednesdays?
Kick the bush.
Looks like you got a strawberry for kicking the bush. Oh, anyway. So, you guys want to heard it here first, new t-shirt design?
Sure, why not?
Okay, I have my let's settle this for like adults Christmas tree.
Yes.
Or drag tree. One. So, red rag in the middle of the shirt with 2 swirly burnout marks leaving past it with let's settle this like adults.
Nah.
See now.
And maybe a double yellow line also in the middle.
Yeah, see, you could. It depends if you want to sexualize it or not, because you could have it as a bra.
Could a bra or a pair of panties, but I think that it's a safer bet to just have a red rag. I mean, I could also do legs on either side of that red rag too, but I'm trying to keep it as suggestive and not going down the whole sexualized route.
Yeah, least suggestive.
In other words, the people that like to street race are going to pick up on it immediately, which is the whole point.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah,
I'm not looking for it to make sense to everybody. I just want it to make sense for the people that get it.
Oh yeah, like there is stuff, and actually that's one thing. Because I might. Well, what I actually like, I have money right now, but I don't really want to spend it on t-shirts at the moment.
Or I could just do the whole classic, just a let's settle this like adults with just a pink slip.
You can. See, this is the beauty of it, is that you can have them as separate designs.
What?
You can have them as separate designs. So, like, as an example, you can have them.
That's a whole series.
Yeah, it's great. Honestly, I love that. Like, I wanted to do something similar to that, except for I use a different phrase, because I don't want to completely rip off yours, but use both of my cars.
I mean, I'm completely ripping off somebody else, but that's a different opinion. I literally got my original idea off of a shirt that I owned that had an original NES controller, and it said, "Let's settle this like adults."
Yeah, I've seen that shirt. I think I actually own that shirt too.
So literally, it's where I got my idea. So it's not like I'm professing this as an original idea.
Yeah. Well, also, like, I don't want to completely, because like because I love the Christmas tree and let's sell this like adults thing. But I wanted to do that design as like a Christmas thing and actually have literally a Christmas tree for that. Have it as a legit Christmas tree and have it as red, yellow, green on the bottom. It'd be kind of cool as ornaments.
Oh, there you go.
Which
makes more sense now that when you're explaining it, but
yeah.
Except for the fact that the Christmas tree is actually the opposite direction as far as shape, because drag racing Christmas tree is big at the top and small at the bottom, and a real Christmas tree, so you'd have to do the Christmas tree upside down.
Yeah, or I could just have it right side up because it's Christmassy. Fuck off.
Okay, whatever. It's your T-shirt design, your design.
Yeah, but and technically, I have a T-shirt design. It's already been made, one for me, which is great. I love it.
Your Katarina one?
I'd have to see, because of how much stock she has of not just white. Because not a lot of people are actually going to order white.
I don't wear white.
I kind of wish she sent me black instead of white, but that's okay.
Yeah, I think it's just, I don't think she understands people that work on cars. We don't wear white. We don't wear white because white doesn't stay white very long.
Yeah, the thing is, I love white. Don't get me wrong. But
the second you wear white, you find yourself underneath of a car having to fix something.
Yep. Oh yeah. Because my shirt, I love what she did. Because I don't know if you've actually seen my shirt. Have you?
Harvey's. Yes, I have. You've posted it on several places, Instagram and several other places.
Okay.
So I saw it the second you, maybe not the second you posted it, but close to the time, because I don't think it was up very long before I had already seen it. Harvey says I can find dirt in a clean room.
Accurate.
Pretty much. As long as I'm wearing a white shirt or brand new jeans.
Yeah, I just love the fact though that she did my car digitized and put it on a shirt.
Did you ever see the ones that were done of my car? Not my black and white ones. Chevy Boy, or Will Shive, he created both my TA and my Nova in one of the Forza games, and I had pictures of it. I don't know if I found them recently, but I did have them. I did have the actual cars, but I don't have the game uploaded, and it didn't send them to my Forza 7. I can see if I can find them. But yeah, he literally created both my Nova and my TA in Forza. At one point, I had my Nova done in Inkscape, and obviously, I did my truck.
Oh yeah, the one thing that I would love somebody to, especially my Mustang. I would love somebody to do my Mustang.
I have been trying to find, even if it's not exactly your car, I just need it to be close, in a scale. I've told you this before. The closest I found that somebody has made was a GT T-top car. There is a model kit out there of a 4i GT T-top car hatchback.
Yeah, see, I do know, actually, Roy Marco, he has one, apparently.
But I can't build one if I don't find one.
Yeah, which I don't know where he found it, because, technically, he'd have to piece it together, but he actually found a notchback one, and then he has a hatchback one with a proper grill in it, that he was gonna, he mentioned that, he could do it, which, speaking of which, I haven't talked to him in forever, I should text him. But, it's one thing with my friendships is that we don't talk forever, and then we'll chat and be like, hey, want to hang out? Sure. And then we hang out.
Yeah.
Although it might actually be with him, depending on how it goes with the Capri, of coming up soon and be like, hey, so how's your schedule looking in the next few weeks? Because you want to help me swap a motor? I love those kind of friends, and he'd be down to do it as long as he's not busy. So. And he likes those inline sixes. He wants to play with one. So this is his opportunity to play with a different inline six. Because he was the what? Well, he's done a couple of things to my Mustang, actually. He was the one that helped me out with doing the carb conversion, because we actually had to do a lot of work to do that.
I'm listening.
Yeah, sorry. Shane popped back into the chat, so I was reading that.
Okay, I'm back because they used a double barrel shotgun and steal all the kills.
But because he helped me out a lot with that, with the carb conversion, and then he also was the one that installed my double roller timing chain in that car. Harvey, no, his truck is fine. What are you talking about? Harvey just said, just look at your website. Is the pickup down again with transmission issues? No.
I gotta go look at my website to see what you saw. Because I have not updated their bios for the individual cars, but the Instagram is updated.
Yeah, and actually, something that I have been doing for the past while.
The AOD is best trans ever.
I mean, it's a good transmission, but I wouldn't say.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's the bios for the different vehicles. I have to go back in and update them.
Well, see, it's something and again, luckily it hasn't been too many, and I'm not going to update the ones I've already uploaded. But the my freaking bio for. So in every single YouTube video, or majority of them anyways, I'll put it in the description, my sort of spiel. And the thing is, it still said that I owned my 86 Mustang. I'm like, wait a minute, need to change that. And the funny thing is, though, because even with the Civic, I had the Civic still saying that I owned the Civic in my thing about 6 months after I sold it. Not realizing that I forgot to update that.
Yeah, I gotta go back in. Like I said, I gotta update the BIOS because technically the Novas are back. They're kind of back.
Which, hang on, I thought you had the 46W thing, whatever transmission. I didn't realize you had an AOD. I'm assuming you swapped that in because I thought you had the the other one. Wait, I think it's technically similar to an AOD, but it's not an AOD. But I mean, and it's interesting that he says AOD is the best, but because of a .67 overdrive, so he can go stupid fast. That's the one I was thinking of. Yes. Oh, your XC had an AOD. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Because, yeah, but it's funny that you say, because the AOD is best because you have that. T5s, if you get the right year, has a .67 overdrive as well. And you get a manual out of the deal. That's better than AOD, just saying. Although, I will admit, an AOD will hold up to more power than a T5 does, but T5's fun. It's rolling gears.
I found a picture of my Jado.
Your what?
The vehicle this body goes to.
Okay.
I won't let me share it that way. I have to share it on my phone.
And that's the one thing. If I wanted an overdrive of .55 in my T5, I don't even know if my car would move properly on the highway with that kind of an overdrive on it.
Too much overdrive, not enough horsepower.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well,
That's the problem with overdrive. Anything over 1-to-1, you got to have the torque and horsepower to be able to keep it going.
Yeah, which he does. His shit's actually fast. But like something that might be happening to the car. I don't know exactly when, soon-ish maybe. We might have me and Keith, because we kind of talked about it the other night, and we kind of had an agreement. He has a 4-cylinder T5, which has a 335 first, which I prefer on my car, to be honest, over the 295 first, just because inline 6 does not enough power to really have first be as nice. And it has a 0.67 overdrive instead of the 0.72. So I get better gas mileage, and my car have better acceleration. There's no downside to that. And all I have to do is trade him my V8 trans for his 4-banger trans. I'm okay with that.
Even up swap.
Yeah, just an even swap. Which is cool. Because technically, I think value-wise, we're going to be about the same. Because 4-cylinder T5s aren't worth dick, but early V8 T5 trans aren't really worth dick either, so...
I'll show you my. I'll trade you my not worth dick for your not worth dick.
Yeah, and the only thing is, because something that we'll have to do to it, because it's so funny that people say on a T5, hey, just swap the input shaft. You basically have to take the entire transmission apart to swap the input shaft.
It's only a manual trans. It's not like trying to take apart an automatic.
Yeah, but it's quite a bit involved though to swap it as opposed to just because what you can do, because the splines are the same. Because the 4-banger input shaft is just a lot longer, so you just need to chop a little bit off of it, and it'll fit into a V8 or in this case.
No, always, it depends on if that shaft is hardened or not. Might not be as easy as said as done.
Oh, Keith has done it before, so yeah, it's okay.
Okay, let's just say the average person at home might be easier to take apart a transmission than it is to freaking lop off the end of an input shaft.
You see, I have never dropped a needle bearing on the floor. I know what they are, but I've never done it. I really never held.
Have you ever taken apart a U-joint?
No, actually.
Well, there you go. That's why you've never dropped a needle bearing on the ground.
Yeah.
Anybody who's ever had to try to put together back a fucking U-joint that it fell on the floor or a cap fell off, yeah. Oh.
Not a cat fell off. Where'd she go?
You're
well,
weird.
see, that's why when I got my drive shaft, yeah, when I had my drive shaft, sort of done, because I needed it chopped down like 3/4 of an inch basically, or low over. I think it was a little over an inch that needed to be chopped down, and they put new U-joints on and didn't really charge me like hardly anything for it.
U-joints don't cost very much.
I know, but actually, if you want it, like, that shop though was freaking amazing, because I called around to a couple different ones, and then I talked to Roy. I'm like, hey, do you know anywhere that does drive shafts for like a good price? Like, hey, call these guys. So I do. $128 with new U-joints. Hell yeah, I'm in for that. Compared to everywhere else, wanted to charge me like $250.
I remember when I had to have the drive shaft in the Nova shortened like 3 inches.
3 inches? Shit.
Huh?
Why 3 inches?
I went from a 7 1/4 inch rear to a full 10 bolt or 12 bolt. I forget what it is, but the big boy Chevy rear end. And when I did my measurements, I didn't realize that rear was 2.5 inches overall wider, and that from the center line to the yoke was a good 2.5 inch, 3 inches longer than my little 7-inch rear.
Interesting.
So when I threw everything in the car and I went to go put the drive shaft in, obviously, could not even think about freaking even putting the U-joints in with the drive shaft all the way balls deep into the transmission. I still needed like 1.5 inches to freaking get the U-joints where they needed to be. So obviously it needed to be a lot shorter to be able to give that 1.5 inches, 2 inches of play for the slip yoke.
Okay. Yeah, because actually, like something I did, because we only needed, I think it was 1.5 inches. That's what it was. It was 1.5 inches that we had to do. And that 1.5 inches, we measured it. It's the length of the damn adapter plate that I had to use. It was 1.5 inches that was thick. So if I didn't have to use that adapter plate, yeah, I would have just been able to use the drive shaft perfectly.
Yeah.
But that's the
How do I go back and go look at the chat? Because I've been sitting here looking for this stupid fucking picture.
Yeah, I've been reading the chat.
I know, I've heard you read some of it, but obviously you're not reading everyone.
I am, yeah.
You
Well,
have?
not out loud, but...
Well, yeah, I mean, where I could hear it.
Yeah, because, like,
I heard the needle bearing one, obviously.
Yeah, because, like, Harvey, well, he was talking about his 65 GMC with a 250 in it, and the transmission it has is not very highway friendly, but it's a 65 GMC. And the one thing is, Shane suggested that he gets a 700 R4, but Harvey mentioned that the transmission mounts are actually on the bell housing, which that's kind of weird, but 60s GM is very freaking weird if you really look at it. So, you know.
Oh, I found most ugly picture of TA. I have to share this to you.
Okay. See, I don't even know, what is an SM420 transmission? Like, I'm assuming that's just a straight up, is that a 3-speed? Or is that a 4-speed? Like, see, and alternatively, like, actually, Harvey, could you, it'd be a decent cost to it, but could you effectively do, like, a gear vendor's overdrive on an SM420? Or is it just not really physically possible? Because some transmissions you can't, period.
It depends on if it has a place to bolt on that it would bolt on to the end of the tail shaft. It has a removable tail shaft housing, then yes. If Gearbenders has an adaptation for it. But if the transmission doesn't have, a tail shaft, removable tail shaft, then no. Because that's where it bolts to.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Because I think that would just be your answer if you can get an overdrive like that. You know?
Go look in live stream chat. I see a picture of my TA before I bought it. And you can puke.
Before you bought it?
Before I bought it.
That is an interesting scheme. I will admit.
Those wheels are hideous.
Yeah. There we go. How do you get back? Yeah.
Pretty sure it's because he swapped. Those wheels were on the El Camino, and he put the wheels from the El Camino on the TA, and the TA wheels on the El Camino.
Yeah, like it is.
It's still, they look horrible on El Camino too, but
yeah, it doesn't even, like, it doesn't match the car at all, and
no.
the fact, like, so okay, visual representation for people that aren't in that live stream chat.
Hold on, I'll try to. But I'm also on a small picture.
Yeah, best way I can describe this. So it's his Trans Am with wheels that look like they're off of a C5 Corvette.
Blech.
You know? Basically, it looks like crap on there. And also, they're so low profile, too. Like, the rubber band tires.
I know, it's absolutely horrible.
Yeah, like, and what's funny, because I look at that picture, and it doesn't look real. Like,
But that was my car. That is my exact car that I own today.
oh, I know it is. Like, but what I'm saying, though, looking at just the camera angle and the framing and everything, it looks like a model car.
Yeah, kind of does.
Like, even, and the thing is, the wheels make it look like a model car, too. Because model cars always have terrible wheels, or like little Hot Wheels, right?
Yeah.
They always have terrible wheels, right? But that, it's a model car there.
Gross.
Yeah, that's kind of funny, right? So, you know, you have a picture of your car as a model car, just like that.
Harvey, live stream chat is we have a group chat on Facebook for all of the people that have or were interested in co-hosting this podcast. So it's basically just a place where I could send, when I used to use StreamYard, it was a place I could send the link for them to join. And we also talk about cars and other bullshit throughout the week. I think wasn't Shane invited to that at one point?
I don't know if he's ever been invited to the chat, but he's technically been on the live, I believe.
He has.
Yeah, like...
A lot of people will join, and then when they realize how active the chat is, they end up freaking either leaving before... If they don't know how to mute notifications and just go check it when they're ready...
That's what I do.
Then they end up leaving. Not to mention, we are a raunchy bunch, and sometimes people who have sensitive feelings get hurt.
True. Yeah, especially whenever Chris posts in the chat.
I have to tone Chris down a few times.
Yeah.
Chris can be a lot more wild than he is. Like I said, I literally tone him back a little bit. I don't think I'm going to find that picture I'm looking for. And I know, I thought I had pictures of... Not that you guys... I mean, that's forever ago. That must have been like an hour ago already. I've been looking for this shit.
Stop.
I wish. It's one of those things when you know where something is, or you thought you knew where something is, and then you don't find it there.
Yeah. Well, speaking of, like, object pertinence as well, I was just looking for my phone because I was going to check Facebook notifications, but it's on a tripod in front of me being charged.
Yep, that'll do it.
Is it though, Bradley?
Well,
Is it?
so you're saying two Crandalls posting messed up things is... If a Crandall can actually spell correctly enough for somebody else to read it.
Oh, come on, he misspelled one thing.
I don't care. It's enough. I can bust on him.
Actually, no, two things.
Because I make the same mistake, I'm allowed to bust on him.
Actually, wait, no, hang on. No, it's only one. No, my brain went, no, wait, that's how you spell your. Never mind.
Way to go, brain.
That is rude. Rude.
Found it.
Hey, congratulations. That only took 20 minutes.
I found one of them. I found the one of the TA. I haven't found the one of the Nova. What day was that? That was... Okay.
mean, I get added to the most random freaking messenger groups, and a lot of the time it's just like porn spam, to be honest. You know, which basically all it is just like, hey, look, you can come see me and, you know, have wild sexy time, and it's actually a scam.
Not going to come out clear on here, but I did send the pictures to the group chat. It's got all of the right primer marks on the hood.
That's cool.
So I could race my... I mean, granted, it's a 77, 78. It's not a 79, but you're working with limitations of what's rendered in the game.
Yeah.
He did another one of my Nova on a 72 Nova, but I, for the life of me, can't find it.
That was in Forza, right?
Yep, that's Forza. I'm not sure what Forza. Whatever one was out in 2016. So I'm assuming either 4, 5, or 6.
Yeah, Harvey. Shane said that was 4. So, there you
go. 4 was definitely my favorite out of all of them so far.
The only Forza that I have ever played, period, is I think the second one. So
4 was the best one. For multiplayer, at least. I'm not saying the other ones aren't good, but it had the best multiplayer.
Yes, you know. But when I say like second one, I mean the second Forza game.
No, not Horizon. It's Motorsport. That was Motorsport that was in. Honestly, to be honest, I'm not a fan of the Horizon games. They're not bad games. They're not bad games. Don't let me get wrong. They're good. Just I'd rather have Motorsport.
That's right. Well, like, and truthfully, because you know, Forza, when it's not Horizon, like the Motorsports, it was a perfect clone of like Gran Turismo. It gave Gran Turismo a run for his money, and then surpassed Gran Turismo as the superior game.
It did.
It did. Because Gran Turismo took a step back once they released 5. They totally did.
I think I played up to 4 on Gran Turismo. I'm not sure if I played 5. I might have.
Yeah, 5 was the first one on PlayStation 3 obviously PlayStation 3, not Xbox. So.
Then yeah, I didn't play that one because I didn't have a PS3. When I had to choose when I was upgraded from my Xbox and my PS2. When I went up to get my next system, I could only pick one of the two, and everybody that I had friends with had an Xbox. So that kind of told me if I wanted to play with my friends, I needed an Xbox. So I went with Xbox.
Yeah, like, with me, I was always PlayStation. So
Jess was too. Jess is a PlayStation girl.
Like, a lot of my friends were on Xbox, but that really didn't bother me because I always liked PlayStation, and the fact that online was free at the time. You know.
Well, and with me, I really don't play offline or single player, so the majority of what I play is group play.
Well, okay, Bradley. So we will talk to you later, I guess.
He was Super Nintendo. What was Bradley? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I like the original Nintendo. I haven't liked it really. I mean, Nintendo's real fun for just like casual gaming, like party gaming and stuff like that. Sure, Nintendo. But for serious gaming, like where you're looking for good quality, Nintendo's never had it.
No, because even trying to play, like, as an example, Call of Duty on the Wii was bad.
It's just they've never had the performance. I mean, they're fun games. They have fun, like, party or group play oriented games. They do. I've had a shit ton of fun with, like, the Wii Sports and Mario Kart and things like that. But for a game that I'm looking to sit down and have a immersive experience in, they've never had it.
Yeah, see, like, legit, well, they've only ever had, for those single player sort of experiences, they've only really ever had two, and it's only if you're into these genres.
Zelda, Mario.
Obviously, Legend of Zelda and Pokemon. And Pokemon...
What about Mario?
There are people that just don't like the games, and that's fine. But, like, also, the thing is with the, like, Pokemon games, there are people that criticize the graphics, which, to be honest, the graphics are actually kind of bad comparatively.
But they're supposed to be. I mean, you look at those games, they're not meant to look like freaking real-life games.
No. We all know that. But the one thing is, they could do better, and they don't. Just because...
I think if they make them too realistic, it's going to lose the charm of the game itself. Or it's going to look even faker because they've done that before with some games where they take a cartoon game. I think it was The Simpsons or South Park, where they took the game and they made the images way too sharp or way too... and it almost made it look like they were paper cutouts, not the felt cutouts that South Park is supposed to represent, but they almost looked too flat as compared to the fact that they are a 2D drawing.
Yeah. Well, and that's, one of those things when it comes to that, like, because with Pokemon, because the one thing is, the big criticism it has had that it hasn't really, like, made, even just, like, it's one thing because you can't really change, obviously, the character design as much when it comes to, like, the Pokemon stuff. You can't do that, right? It still should be kind of animated and, like, cartoon. But you can make the environment look better, right?
I guess, but it could make it could literally break the immersion of the rest of it.
Yeah, see, and not really, because the funny thing is, they have finally caught up in graphics to where they were in about the year 2000 when Pokemon Gale of Darkness came out on the Nintendo GameCube.
Yeah, see, I can't comment on any of that because I don't know.
Yeah, if you look at gameplay for, Gale of Darkness, and you look at gameplay for basically Scarlet or Violet, and it's like, holy crap, you finally caught up to it yourself 20 years later. It was bad. And it's kind of interesting, because, like, in the main series Pokemon games, they're released on the Switch, right? And the Switch is a very capable console.
Oh, yeah, it's I mean, geez, it is a pretty... I mean, I've played a few... We have a Switch, and we play with it on the TV or on the handheld, and yeah, it's a pretty capable system. Again, I still don't compare it to an Xbox or a PlayStation, but
no, and that's the one thing, because even Phil Spencer, which is head of Xbox, and I'm trying to remember the head of Sony's name, but they have both said that, yeah, the Switch is not comparison to our systems, because it is in sales technically.
Yeah, but it's what it's trying to do is not in the same class.
Well, I know, and apparently, they're coming out with a new console. Like, I think it's next year.
Yeah, I want to know what it is. I want curiosity.
Like, and I wonder, like, because the Nintendo Switch, hardware-wise, is similar to, like, a PS3, which, that's 2 generations behind, right? Because if you look at them side by side, they're pretty close. And, like, while PS3 is still a very capable system now, to be honest. Like, if you look at the stats of the original PS3, it's like, that was pretty good. Even to today's standards, it's pretty good. But
I mean,
Yeah.
all of the major consoles have been pretty damn freaking good.
Yeah. Well,
We nitpick them to death, but
Yeah, the Xbox 360 when it first came out was not very good. But they got really good with it, though, by the end of it. But it was just the one thing is, like, Xbox tried to, if they spent a little more time in development with the 360, it would have been better. I know why they did, though. Because they wanted to beat Sony by releasing their second console before they released Sony's third.
Harvey says he has all of the major consoles from all of the brands from 97 on up. Still doesn't help him play any of the games. I've been playing video games since the original NES, and I even played Atari before that. I didn't own it.
Yes, my first game console was a Sega Genesis.
I had the handheld.
Wait, the Game Gear?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Complete with
cool.
the extra battery packs that literally made it kind of like handles. We could play for a good 7-8 hours without having to get on the charger.
Yeah, like, the Game Gear was...
It was a freaking badass system for when it came out.
Oh, yeah, it was. And then, because this is the problem with Sega, and the fact that both Sega and, oh god, who was that? And Nintendo screwed over Sony and made it so that Sony just said screw it and made their own system that was way better than anybody else's.
Mm-hmm. No, do you know who had the best system at the time that completely got freaking shoved under the rug because they just were not understood?
Well, what are we talking about that time? Like, in the 90s?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Probably would have been one of the most influential systems if it ever was able to get off the ground far enough.
I'm trying to think of the console. Because my mind's just blanking, to be honest.
One of the first consoles to introduce actual AI.
That could be back.
Because there was no AI thinking. Everything was pre-programmed back then for games.
Yeah, it's not an Atari console at all.
Mm-mm. Maybe
Is it
somebody
like
in chat will know?
Obscure?
Huh?
Is it like an obscure console?
I guess by today's standards it would be considered obscure, but it wasn't necessarily obscure at the time that it was. It just didn't. It failed to launch compared to the other bigger systems.
Why can't I think of the name? I think I know it, but I can't. My mind's just blanking. What is it?
I don't see chat coming up with it either.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
I'm pretty sure it's called Dreamcast.
Oh, the Sega Dreamcast. Yeah. Because I was thinking of, like, there was one console then. It was supposed to be like a revolutionary console from a very small
It had
company.
actual AI, so like if you're playing a sports game, the members on your team and the other team can predict and react to what you were doing instead of just pre-programmed moves.
Yeah. Yeah, like...
It just didn't have enough support and failed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's the one thing, well, Sega had so many swings and misses. Like,
It shouldn't have been. That we would have been so much further by the time like the PS2 or even the PlayStation came out. The technology would have been so much further if that would have taken off.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like, because it really... Yeah, because I think the first console after that was the PS2, probably.
And I don't know when the first AI ended up in video games after that, but it was a while.
Yeah, it may have even been PS3, to be honest, or 360. Because I doubt maybe original Xbox actually, because the original Xbox was one powerful fucking console.
I had it. I still have it somewhere. I think.
Yeah.
No, do I not have it anymore? No, I don't think I don't know. Because I had my original Xbox, I had my original PlayStation. My PlayStation even had the actual internal hard drive.
Oh yeah.
Now, granted, it was wonky because to access anything on it, you couldn't access it in-game. You had to upload it off the hard drive onto the memory stick and then play the game. You couldn't the only game that could actually access the hard drive was Final Fantasy.
Okay, Harvey, no worries. Have a wonderful sleep, and we'll
See you
chat
later.
later.
I think he's the last one here. Maybe Shane's still here.
Possible.
But I've also played I always forget what it is. But the video games were on like thick baseball cards. Because I remember my best friend had it. I didn't have it. My friend was rich. I mean, they in their basement, they probably had a 10 to 12 foot by 7 foot table in their basement, literally mounted with Legos from one end to the other. And we're talking mid-90s. That's a lot of Legos. That's expensive. They had all kinds of like, not exclusive, but like not your basic blocks. So blocks that came in kits. But anyway, they had this game console, and you slid the cartridge, you slid the card in, and it was better than the Nintendo or the Super Nintendo as far as graphics. But it was literally on like the thing of like the size of a baseball card, whereas Nintendo's cartridges were still like freaking super ass huge.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of that console. What was it called?
Oh, let's see.
I can like picture it, but what the hell was it called? Fucking lose me. But like, and that's the one thing, like with gaming consoles, especially through the 90s, you had so many swings and misses, and if Sega. Like, it's interesting how, because like I said, both Nintendo and Sega screwed over Sony. That's the reason why we actually have the PlayStation today. Because, like, that's the one thing of, you looked at, like, because if the Sega deal went through, Sega would probably still be a major powerhouse with Sony behind the helm, right?
Yeah.
But that just never happened. And then, could you imagine even the original deal with Nintendo and PlayStation? If that
Sega Saturn, I forgot about that.
The Sega Saturn, yeah. Sega decided we should release a console that's actually on disc now rather than cartridge, and by then it was too late, and Sega died shortly after that.
Yeah.
Like, technically, Sega's still around, they just don't make consoles anymore. But, but I think they filed for bankruptcy and they got bought out, and then they just, people just use the IP for Sonic and stuff.
We still know the whole Sega freaking intro.
Go away!
But, and it's just like, and it's just so odd, and why everybody was resistant to change. Like, Nintendo did not want to release, they wanted to use cartridges forever. Sega wanted to use cartridges forever.
Might have been the Amstrad GX 4000, maybe?
I don't know what I was thinking of, but maybe.
It's from Commodore. Commodore 64 GS is what it's known for in America.
Okay. Yeah, the Commodore 64, yeah. Yeah, that was a very sort of powerful console when it came out. Well, it's interesting, because technically a Commodore 64 if I remember correctly, it was technically just a computer, but
It is. This was a. Well, I mean, just like Xbox and all that stuff, they're technically fucking computers. They're just repackaged into a consumer-friendly video game. I'm still looking. And I'm trying to find game cartridge that looked searching the internet used to be so easy, and now, like, you type in something that you used to be able to get search results for, and you just get a bunch of freaking crap.
Yeah.
Search engines have not gotten better since Google. In fact, I think they've gotten much worse. I think older search engines used to be so much better.
Oh, yeah, they were. Like, at least compared to Google now. Google in the past was actually really good. It's not anymore.
What is the IQ qualifications for this stream? I may be overqualified to be here. Why are you saying that? Are you saying we're stupid? Carbs versus EFI. DIS. I learned on an old machine, one that you had to flip every switch to make code. That's an old ass machine.
Yeah. Like, that's... And
I don't know if I like the representation that he's calling us idiots.
Yeah, at the time, I think he was trying to be humorous there, but it was just.
I'm not offended. I'm pretending to be offended.
Yeah, such a dick there, Shane. So mean. You're a big poo-poo head.
It's so hard to find old information on the internet anymore.
True. Your only hope now is to find a forum posting, typically.
Basically, yeah. And the thing is forums are so almost dead, unless you're Reddit.
Yeah, Reddit's the only forum.
There's a lot of the older forums. They're not even freaking being searched by Google anymore.
No, and the only forums that are still sort of kind of active, like, for example, 4ipride.net is still around, but nobody really posts on it anymore. Everybody just posts on fucking Facebook.
I think he's calling you out because I don't play Pokemon like that. I play Pokemon Go, but I'm not really doing anything like that.
Yeah, see, now, the thing is, Shane, go play how I play Pokemon games, because I don't play them straight up anymore. Go play a hardcore Nuzlocke, then come talk to me. Or, like what I've done, a shiny only hardcore Nuzlocke. Those take forever. Especially in the old games where shinies were not, abundant. And better yet...
Are we talking about Kat or are we talking about Shane? Oh. Jess just called you out, Shane.
Championship Stadium. See, the one thing is, I only play Pokemon games on my phone now. But I didn't pirate them off my phone, so... Because I have a DS, but it's not... It's one of the early DS Lites. It won't actually connect to the internet. That's how old it is. And I have, Pokemon games on that, which I should try to play them again. It's been a while. Because I've got legit Pokemon copies. I only have Heart Gold until Silver. Which, those weren't online. So. Because I'm trying to remember, Championship Stadium, is that freaking weird 2D, kind of bad animations Pokemon game? That, people just meme with Bidoof and win? Like, is that one? Because if so, I don't really like the logic that they use in that game, to be honest.
I have found a site that literally sells old school consoles.
What's the website called, just out of curiosity?
Malls mid/09.top.
Oh.
I mean, I think that's what this is.
Interesting.
I'm still on the hunt for that freaking other system and what it was called.
Yes, because, but you know, like, I mean, I have, Gen 1 Pokemon cards.
Maybe it was... I found it. It was called Turbo Graphics... Wait, is that CD? No. I lie. That's not it. I think it might have been Turbo Graphics, but it wasn't Turbo Graphics CD.
Last games you played was Ruby and Sapphire. That was a while ago. We'll say that. Because that's Gen 3. The last I played was Gen 5, which is black and white. But again, your phone is a powerful freaking thing, because you can actually get a DS emulator on your phone and play DS games. Freaking awesome.
Yeah.
I love it.
I can play Call of Duty Modern Warfare on my phone.
Yeah, your phone's a little better.
Well, I mean, have you looked at the stats of this stupid thing?
Oh, I have. It's brutal. Like, cause something that I wanted to do. So sadly, my computer definitely wasn't powerful enough to do this. My dad's computer wasn't powerful enough to do this. My phone wasn't powerful enough to do this. I wanted to put a PlayStation 2 emulator on my phone, and I wanted to play Gran Turismo 4 off of it. But I just, no matter what I did, either on the computer or on my phone, changing every single setting in it, I could not make it work properly. Because it would load up perfectly fine.
Did you say PlayStation 2?
Like as soon as you did a clicked on race, to race in Gran Turismo 4 and tried to do that, it would just immediately lag and
where do you find your ROMs at?
Oh, just literally online, just in general.
So I gotta search for
Yeah, literally just search. So first you have to actually have a proper application. The best one is PC SX2, I think it's called.
Anther SX2? That's one of the highest reviews.
I don't know that one.
It's the one with the highest reviews right now. Yeah, that's the only one that has actually the SX2 at the end.
Yeah, if you look on Google and you type in PC SX2, it should pop up. And they do have a version for your phone. Because I know they have it on the Play Store. I downloaded it off of there, but I think it was called PC SX2 or PS SX2.
PC SX2 Android.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it's the Anther one.
Oh, they changed the name, I guess. Okay.
It's installed, and then where do I get my ROMs from? Did you say?
Literally, just search up on Google. For anything, whatever PS2 game you want. So, you want to play Gran Turismo, or you want to play...
Well, I'm just looking for,
Because, yeah, I was going to say, hey, it'll take a while to load, and I realize you have stupid fast internet, so. You know, Shane, you know what I miss? The original software for the Palm Pre. That's what I miss. It was so simple, it was fantastic, and it was actually quite a powerful phone. And just, people had issues with the phone, yet I never had issues with mine. I love my phone. I used that phone for like 5 years. It was great. You know, then it started to have too many glitches, and then I finally replaced it with an HTC One V, I think, what I had. Well. But, you know, that was the one thing, like, I wasn't, like, openly hacking or anything, but on my phone back then. But the one thing is, like, on the Palm Pre, and bear in mind, this is circa, like, 2009 when I owned that phone.
Right.
This was before Facebook Messenger. This is when you still had games, like, proper, like, for example, like, Farmville and Cartown and that sort of thing on Facebook.
Oh my god, I remember those.
Right? Like, Cartown was the best.
And before they started micro fucking transactioning every fucking thing.
Yeah, well, after a while, you know, those games just kind of died. But, and that's the one thing, like, Cartoon was amazing. And played that game a bunch, but I played it on my phone, not on a computer. Which I remember talking to my friends and saying, hey, I'm playing, you know, I'm chatting with you on my phone. I was like, what? That is incredible. How are you doing that? This is such a powerful phone. I remember having those conversations with people.
Right.
But they're on a computer. I'm on a Palm Pre. It's fantastic. But that was the one thing, like, and the Palm Pre, because if you didn't know looking at it, because people thought it was like a BlackBerry because it had the slide out, you know,
right.
Slide out keyboard. And I will say that it's the only phone that I think I've ever owned besides maybe that flip phone Motorola that I had for a while. That was my very first phone. The thing is, I've really given her on my BMX, trying to catch my friends. Back when I was about, you know, this would have been about 13, maybe 14 years old, but I think it was 13. And I remember, you know, I was listening to tunes on my Palm Pre, and my Palm Pre fell out of my pocket and started tumbling down the road. And I'm going probably like 35 kilometers an hour, give or take. Mm-hmm. And it just tumbles. And I feared that the phone was going to be like really damaged, and I just had one little nick in it from tumbling like crazy. Going that fast, I'm like, how the hell? Because you can do that with a new phone now. Hell no. You'd shatter the screen. But just one little nick in the corner of it from that is just incredible. And that phone was like, it was tough. It had such good software. The hardware wasn't great, but the software was amazing in that phone. And, you know, it was just everything else. Just, I miss that phone so much. I have never played Outpost 2. I've never even heard of Outpost, period. As, you know, our illustrious person is just deep in their phone.
I am. I'm doing the thing that you asked me to do.
Okay, so you actually... Because I'm curious if your phone can actually hold up to it or not.
I'm trying to see. I need to go move these files.
Yeah, once you figure out the app, like, it's pretty intuitive. But, which I did like that. And you just got to make sure to load up the ROM properly. And once you do, it's pretty good.
I just don't know if I need to install the... Because I downloaded Gran Turismo 2 Sim, I think. which I'm not sure if that was disc 1 or disc 2. So no, you had to get into something. I think you had to get into the one disc, then wait till it got to the one spot, then load into the second disc. It's been a long fucking time since I played that game. I still have it. I still have an actual CD version of it.
Oh yeah. See, Gran Turismo 2, yeah. The game was so big at the time that they could not fit it on one
You needed
disc.
2 CDs, which was freaking incredible for that amount. I think Siphon Filter was also that way.
Which one, sorry?
I think it was Siphon Filter was also 2 parts.
Yeah, I think you're right. To be honest, I can't remember that. Like, truthfully, there was such really good... Like, the PS2 just had so many hits, and granted, some of these were released on other consoles as well, but, like, you know, even the original Midnight Club games were so good. You know? And it's sad that Rockstar has abandoned that franchise. I'm so sad about that. Because even, like, people didn't like Midnight Club Los Angeles, but that was actually a good game, too. Yeah, because I think that was Gone with the Wind in that one, I think. It was one of their test tracks, I think. In GT2. It's been so long since I played the game. Or did they come out with Gone with the Wind in GT3? It's, again, been a long time.
I don't know which...
Like, and that's the one thing of... Like, in Gran Turismo 4, I seriously want to meet the people that have actually, like, beat that game. Because it's so freaking huge. Like... And the events were really hard, too. But yeah, like, I love the Gran Turismo franchise growing up. Gran Turismo now is a shell of its former self. It used to be king shit, top of the world, and now it's just not. Like, I don't know what Polyphony Digital is doing, but honestly, Gran Turismo is just, it's not good anymore. What's that?
No usable BIOS image was found. Let me just find a disc. You have my curiosity now. I have no idea whether or not... I'm pretty sure this phone's capable of PS2 software.
It should... You would think almost any phone nowadays would be, but... You know? Like, I thought my A52 could handle it, but no, it wouldn't. And it's a common problem with it, and you can, like, scale down the textures and stuff like that and try and help, but it wasn't really doing much on mine. Because, yeah, it's just one of those things. And, you know, and being able to play, like, PS2 games on your phone, that's so cool. Like, and I wonder, like, if I could play other games, but, you know, it's one of these things I haven't really tried. And I got rid of the app, but I guess I could re-download it, I suppose. Oh, yeah. First time I've noticed that I'm actually properly sunburned.
You're sunburnt? Yeah, you're a little sunburnt. Remember the one track that would give you a TVR speed 12 and you could sell it for 50? Oh. And you know what my favorite car in that, the OP car in that game? The Pikes Peak car.
Yeah, like...
Taking the Pikes Peak car and freaking maxing out the freaking transmission to the longest freaking gear ratios you could, and just hitting the test track and seeing if you could just freaking max that car's speed out without crashing it.
And it's interesting because, like, the speed 12, it's interesting because TVR actually did build, I think, a total of 5 of them. And it was the one car that TVR, or like head boss of TVR said, this car is too dangerous. Which is funny to hear that. Because it's like, okay, we know the limit. Because TVR was known as a company that of cars that just wanted to kill you. You know, especially when they, you know, went to the Griffith 500. That thing was an insane car. You know, and they went up, you know, to like the Chimera and the Cigaris and all that stuff. Oh yeah, like, and the physics in, like, it wasn't until I think Gran Turismo 3 where they had like really proper physics in Gran Turismo. Actually, I'm trying to think. Was Gran Turismo 2 on the PS1 or PS2?
Gran Turismo 2?
Yeah, I thought that was PS1.
It's PS2.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Only 3 and 4 went on the PS2. Yeah, even Shane said PS1 for Gran Turismo 2. That's what I thought.
I don't know. I'm on a PS2 ROMs. Maybe that's why it's not freaking finding it.
Possibly. And that's the one thing of... Because I was thinking about that, I'm like, wait, Gran Turismo 2 had black discs, but the PS2 actually could have issues reading black discs, to be honest. Even though it was backwards compatible, there was some stuff that it had a problem with. If it wasn't blue or just the regular sort of sheen on the back of the disc, sometimes the PS2 would have issues trying to read it. But yeah, the PS1 had no problems with it, and it's interesting. And, you know, and I still love the fact that, like, the PS2 is the best-selling console of all time, and they actually stopped building the PS2 surprisingly in, like, 2015 or something. I'm like, what? You're still making the PS2 when you're releasing the PS4? Holy fuck. Like, that surprised the hell out of me when I...
Yeah, alright, so that was for the Sony PlayStation. I need to find something that's on the PS2.
You can go Gran Turismo 3. Or 4.
To 4.
Yeah, because, like, both of those games, and, like... And that's one thing that I loved about Gran Turismo, is, like, you know, Gran Turismo 1, okay, it's a really good game, and, you know, it was far superior than any other racing game before it. Okay, Gran Turismo 2, okay, you've made the game bigger, graphics are a little better, it's really good. You jump to the PS2 and GT3 comes out. And holy crap, look at these graphics. It's amazing, and you have proper physics in the game now, and, you know, it's just incredible.
There was a game that came out on Xbox before Forza, and it had a yellow GT40 or whatever on the front cover. That game I used to love because it used to actually make you pay for damage or parts wear as you raced.
Was that one of the Ford racing games?
No, it wasn't a Ford game. I did play the Ford games.
Like, I'm trying to remember. I can picture that case, but what the hell was the name of it? Because, like, yeah, yellow GT40 with the black stripes on it, on the case. I remember that. What game was that? Was that Ridge Racer?
No, it was a GT something.
Well, it wasn't a Gran Turismo game, I'll tell you that.
No, it was on Xbox.
On Xbox. Xbox and PlayStation. What the hell was that game? I can picture it. Shane said Sega GT200? 2002?
That sounds right. I freaking loved that game. Okay, where did it download it to? Oh, it's still downloading. 3.92 gigabytes. So 4 gigabytes for Gran Turismo 4.
Yeah.
And I don't know how well I'm going to be able to play it on my phone either, but...
Yeah. I mean, I just wonder if it can actually properly...
Yeah, I just want to see if it'll upload and play.
Yeah, like, because, mine would upload and play technically, but as soon
Technically, I can get a controller for my phone as well.
Well, the buttons pop up on your screen, and,
No. I can get literally a controller that my phone slides in the middle of it and literally has all of the functionality of a regular controller. I think I can also plug my Xbox controller, connect my Xbox controller to this phone as well.
Oh, yeah, like, I know, actually, like, even with my phone, like, I can connect a phone via, I'd have to plug it into the USB port, but I could actually, put my PS4 controller in.
I don't think I even need that. I think I can literally just connect my PS4, my Xbox 360 controller. No, Xbox One controller. Even though I think these controllers here might actually go to the new Xbox. We bought them off of a guy, but they might actually be newer Xbox controllers. I'm not positive. Because new Xbox controllers are still backwards compatible with the older Xbox.
Which I will say, that is really cool. That way. I've heard that you can use, like, as an example, I think you can use PS4 controllers on PS5. But
Yeah, I don't know if they're forward compatible, like PS1 controllers working on a newer... Xbox One controllers working on a new Xbox. But I know the new Xbox controllers are compatible with working with the old Xbox.
yeah, which is cool. Like, and it would be nice if they actually did that. Like,
Well, I mean, considering the controllers are $60-some a piece, even used ones are still reaching $45 to $50. That's just insane. All right, I'm about halfway there as far as download. So I've downloaded 2 gigs in, I don't know how long.
Shane's comment there.
No, but there is a phase for this.
Yeah.
What is that word I'm looking for?
Well, he's saying piece.
If there is a piece for the center
For the buttons, it's old Xbox. If the top is on one piece, yeah, I think that's an Xbox One controller. I think. Looking at that, it looks like an Xbox One controller. See, I don't know their technical names.
Yeah, I don't know either. But I know that one of these is an old Xbox controller because it is one of my originals. I just don't remember which one it is anymore. But see, then there's these 2 white ones. I think these white ones are older ones.
That looks like the same controller.
It does-ish.
Yeah, other than, well, I guess down below it looks a little different. So can I see, what is Xbox even at now? Like, the One X or whatever? Or...
I have no idea anymore.
I
have no clue what generation these are.
Like, the one thing I like about PlayStation is, because it's nice and simple to follow the lineage. PS1,
He says
PS2,
it's a 2.0, that's 2.0 Bluetooth. I don't know what piece is. Nova, if there is a piece for the center for the buttons, it's old Xbox. If the top is all one piece, it's Xbox. Oh, you mean PEIC?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure what I'm looking at for like a piece for the set.
Well, actually, is there on the back of the controller? Is there a copyright date? Because I can just tell you right there.
No, there's nothing.
Oh, see, PlayStation controllers have a copyright sticker on it.
Let me pop the back open and see if there's anything back there.
Yeah, they're probably because I forgot you guys still have battery packs and stuff in there.
This one is for Xbox One. Literally says it inside. It is model number 1708. It's this white one here. This other white one. Oh, let go. Let go. This one literally does not want to let go of the freaking case. Why? Why are you being a dick? There we go. This one is made for the Xbox One. It is model number also 1708. And the red one is also made for Xbox, and they're all 1708s. So whatever that is, they're all made for the Xbox One.
Well, see, this is the PS5 controller.
Yeah, I think she has. Jess, do you have your PS? You're using it, aren't you? Can I borrow for 10 seconds? Or is it plugged in? Okay, well, I can't show you too because it's all plugged in. She has to have her Xbox controller plugged. No, I thought I made it PlayStation. I thought I made it so you can connect it Bluetooth.
Okay, I see what Shane sent me a message. I see what he's talking about. So you both of your controllers are the 1.0.
They are all three. They are for the Xbox One, and they are model 1708.
Yeah, those are
I have three right here.
Yeah, like all three of those are the Xbox 1.0, as they call them, for their Bluetooth capabilities, and then the 2.0 is a slightly different design, which that's like for like the 1X stuff like that.
Yeah. All right, Gran Turismo is downloaded.
And it's kind of sad how the PS5 controller is turned into this, and it's not like it's a decently ergonomic controller. Don't get me wrong, but this controller will only last you 5 hours, which is terrible.
Yeah, depending on what battery pack I have. If I have the black Nico or Nico ones, because these battery packs are probably a good 3 or 4 years old, they only get like 2 or 3 hours out of them. But these orange ones that I have in these ones, they last a pretty good long while.
And actually, apparently, Shane sent you the two types of Xbox controllers on Facebook. Apparently.
Okay, I see. I don't know if I like the newer ones.
Well, it's interesting. The newer ones are harkening back to like the original Xbox controller.
Oh no, never mind. The newer ones are on the bottom, huh?
Yeah, newer ones are, well, depending on how he sent them. If he sent them the same way as he sent them to me, then yes.
Well, I have the Xbox 2.0 one case and smooth. Yeah, I have that one. This is the 2.0.
Oh, yeah, that is, yeah.
My God, my seat keeps freaking falling. I hate this fucking office chair.
And the seat keeps falling.
I mean, I probably have one of those original Xbox controllers. I actually have a custom one that used to be my ex's. Because the red one that I had went with my Xbox back to my ex. So I don't have that original. I had an original Gears of War Xbox.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
An Xbox One 1 terabyte Gears of War edition. And I lost it in the divorce.
That is much sadness.
Along with the controller that I went to. But I don't care. I've got another red one. And this is a newer version of the Xbox controller anyway. So now the kids get the white ones. And I get the red one. It's extracting files, apparently. That water sounds too watery.
I'm watering my plants, leave me alone.
Sounds like you're watering them with oil. Why are you stuck at 17%? Oh, there it goes, 18. Kind of, I know, big file, but come on. Just break it.
Move, dog.
You're kicking my speaker into my freaking. Did all your stuff fall out? We're at 21%. I don't even know if this is gonna work. I still might need to find a BIOS or something for my for the I don't know. I might have to tinker with the actual emulator.
Yeah, it's a little finicky, but once you get it, it's actually pretty good.
I need to find myself a good NES emulator and and go back to my Zelda and original Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah. All right. Good night, Shane.
Night. I might just log off of the actual live stream.
Yeah, I mean, for you, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. So.
Is it? The fuck is sleep? All right. Well, let's end the live stream here.